Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started because we have a very full agenda for this afternoon. My name is Michelle McDonald. I am the director of the Library and Museum at the American Philosophical Society, and it is my very great pleasure to welcome you all to Science and Society in the Age of Revolutions. Now, before we begin today's program, I want to read the land acknowledgement that we use to open all public programs at the APS. The American Philosophical Society resides in Lenape-Hoking, the past, present, and ongoing homeland of the Lenape people. The APS acknowledges with respect their continued presence and perseverance, and expresses its sincere thanks for the past and ongoing generosity of numerous indigenous communities and individuals who have offered their guidance, expertise, and opportunities for collaboration. I want to just very briefly give you a sense of where you are and why we believe this conference is both timely and relevant. I should ask, how many of you have been to the APS before? Okay, this is going to be very brief then, very brief. The APS was founded in 1743 by Benjamin Franklin as North America's first learned society. It was also, in effect, the continent's first science society. It has been a collecting institution ever since. We remain active today and focus on early American history, Native American and indigenous cultures, and the history of science. This last, of course, is especially important for the next 2 days. Well over half of the material at the Society's Library and Museum documents the history of science. These collections include manuscripts and printed materials, images and photographs, as well as important collections of oral histories and audiovisual material. We like to say that in terms of subject area, we go from A to Z, so astronomy to zoology, with particular strengths in genetics, evolutionary biology, and the life sciences. We have 6 examples for you to peruse during the break or in the morning when you come back tomorrow, and I encourage you to take a look at them. These link in important ways to one of the projects that will be discussed in the keynote panel this evening. They include a plant listing from William Bartram, a commonplace book by Benjamin Rush, a list of weights and measures by Catherine Haynes Hartshorn. Oh wait, this was the audience participation moment. Sorry. So this particular project is supposed to be documenting 6 lesser-known revolutionary scientists. So this is where I need your participation again. By a show of hands, how many of you know of William Bartram? Okay. How many of you know of Benjamin Rush? Yeah. How many of you know of Catherine Haynes? Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better about that one. The other series of documents are David Rittenhouse's Transit of Venus. How many of you know of Rittenhouse? Okay. How many of you know James Madison and his meteorological journals? Tiniest handwriting ever. Joseph Priestley and his essay on the conversion of air to water. So Priestley? Right. I understand that you may be thinking, but Michelle, did you not just say that these are supposed to be 6 lesser-known revolutionary scientists? They are indeed, but please do acknowledge that this room is skewed. I would bet you, any of you, $100 that if you went out to the street and asked the next 10 people you met who William Bartram was, they wouldn't know. At least 8 out of 10 wouldn't know. Would anyone like to take my bet? I didn't think so. All right. So, Center for the History of Science. These collections are so central to what we do at the APS that last year we established the Center for the History of Science to steward these materials, to add to them, to promote their research, and to hold public programs like the one you will be participating in today and tomorrow. Now, this event is very much a collaboration in every sense of the word. While the APS is hosting you today, and for part of tomorrow, and then the Science History Institute will be hosting in the afternoon, this was a collaboration between the 3 institutions that you see on the screen. And there are particular people that we need to thank for their hard work in bringing this rich and invigorating program together. So please join me in thanking, from the American Philosophical Society, Adriana Link, Brenna Holland, and Thomas Johns. I wasn't done. From the Science History Institute, Judith Kaplan, Charlotte Abney Solomon, and Jesse Smith. And one more from the College of Physicians, Sarah Ray and Erin McCleary. And while I know you have an ambitious schedule, I would be remiss, since I am the director of the library and museum, if I did not encourage you to take advantage of your proximity to the APS Museum, which is currently hosting Philadelphia, the Revolutionary City, which uses documents and objects to illuminate the lived experiences of Philadelphians up to, during, and after the War for Independence. It is free and open to the public from Thursday through Sunday from 10 until 5, so maybe a tiny break option, or if you are local, it will be up until the end of the year. So you have no excuses. Bring your friends and bring your family, and come often. Now, I get to open panel 1, Science on the Front Lines. This will be chaired by Brenna Holland, who is the Assistant Director of Library and Museum Programs here at the APS. She earned her PhD from Temple University in Early American History. Before joining the Society, Brenna taught at the University of the Sciences, served as an editorial assistant on the Journal of the Early Republic, and held fellowships from the McNeil Center for Early American Studies and the American Philosophical Society. Brenna?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to welcome the whole panel to come on up. Take a seat. Doesn't matter which one. All right. Well, I'm really pleased that we'll be kicking this conference off with 3 excellent papers. I'm going to start by introducing all 3 panelists in the order in which they will be speaking, and then they'll come up here and share their papers, and then we'll open it up for what I hope to be a lively conversation. So first, we will hear from Vaughn Scribner. Vaughn is an associate professor of history at the University of Central Arkansas. He is the author of 3 books: Under Alien Skies, Environment, Suffering, and the Defeat of the British Military in Revolutionary America, out of UNC Press in 2024, Merpeople, A Human History, out in 2020, and Incivility, Urban Taverns, 2 words, Incivility, Urban Taverns and Early American Civil Society, published in 2019, in addition to a number of other articles, book chapters, and other publications. He's currently writing a biography of America's original celebrity influencer, Lord Timothy Dexter of Newburyport, Massachusetts. Then we will hear from Adam Bridgden. Adam is a Leverhulme Trust Early Career Fellow in the Department of English Studies at Durham University. His research considers the social and political dimensions of long 18th century literature, focusing specifically on British laboring class poetry and its engagement with the subjects of transatlantic slavery, resource extraction, and humankind's relationship with non-human animals. He recently co-edited British Working Class and Radical Writing since 1700 with University of London Press, which is published open access today, correct? Congratulations to Adam on that publication. His paper today draws on that essay, an essay for this collection, and will also feature in his forthcoming monograph, Anti-Slavery Before Abolition. Our last but not least paper will be from Stephen Walton. Stephen is an associate professor of history at Michigan Tech University in the Department of Social Sciences and graduate program in industrial heritage and archaeology. His academic work studies the origins and evolution of American industrial capacity from the colonial period to the early 20th century, particularly military industrial production, no surprise for this panel. He has worked on diverse periods and specific topics within this broad field, on gunnery and instruments in the early modern era, on American torpedoes and the civilian scientists who helped the Navy create them, as well as on patent disputes over artillery at the end of the 18th century. And is currently even on a project on the development of numerical control machinery for helicopter rotator blades after World War II, so quite wide-ranging. So without further ado, I want to leave plenty of time for our conversation. I am going to ask Vaughn to come on up and start off our conversation.
So, can you guys hear me okay? Great. Okay, so someone's, oh, yeah, there you go. Didn't sound right. Okay, so I'm really happy to start off this conference. I'm really excited for the next couple of days. And I will say, I'm going to start it off on a rather dire note, a very emotional note today, with my paper, Devastation Nation, Environment Suffering, and, emotional suffering and suicide among soldiers in the Revolutionary War. Now, I already tripped up because this is based off of my book, but it's Under Alien Skies, Environment Suffering and the Defeat of the British Military in Revolutionary America. But I'm doing a couple different things. In the book, I look at British and German soldiers who came over to fight in the American Revolution and investigate how their perceptions and their physical realities with the environment really created a lot of suffering among their ranks, including mental and emotional suffering. Now, today I'm going to be concentrating on just emotional suffering among troops in the American Revolution, but I'm going to be broadening out. And I'm not just looking at German and British soldiers, but I'm also looking at American and French soldiers as well. Now, I want to start off with a little anecdote. So I'm going to do a little reading here to start off. On April 22nd, 1783, the rebel-controlled Pennsylvania Packet published a suicide account. Relayed from a gentleman in Fredericktown, Maryland, this horrid act centered around Captain Rim of the hereditary Prince of Hessia's regiment, who, quote, cut his throat with a razor and penknife, of which he died an hour or two afterwards. The author explained that the surgeon attempted to stitch up Captain Rim's gaping throat, but the unhappy man forced the surgeon away, and pointing to the instruments of death, motioned as if he wished him to enlarge the wound. Further capitalizing upon readers' curiosity, the packet explained, it is said he attempted to kill himself some time past, but as prevented by his friend, we know not the cause of this desperate act. As is still so often the case, we strive to understand the cause of this desperate act, suicide. We'll never know why Captain Rim committed suicide, or if Captain Rim even existed. This horrid act, after all, was relayed by a rebel press in the waning days of the American Revolution, when American newspapers were littered with false reports intended to honor their glorious cause, at the same time they denigrated their enemies. But let us suppose that Captain Rim did exist, and that he did commit suicide. As this presentation demonstrates, Rim was hardly alone in his feelings of emotional suffering and of self-murder or suicide during the American Revolution. Only 6 years earlier, after all, Major General Israel Putnam privately informed George Washington that the American military chaplain, Abel Leonard, slit his own throat. Of course, Leonard's suicide never enjoyed the same kind of press as did Rim's, as it did not fit into Americans' carefully honed efforts at presenting the American Revolution and Continental soldiers as paragons of masculinity, virtue, and honor. Historians of the American Revolution have remained surprisingly silent on the issues of depression, anxiety, homesickness, and suicide among troops. Now, conversely, various award-winning books and articles tackle suicide, death, and suffering during the American Civil War, for example, and plenty of other wars, which not only highlights the potential of these kind of studies, but also Civil War's willingness to embrace the emotional messiness of war. I think it's time that historians of the American Revolution followed suit. So my paper in this presentation today tackle combatants' struggles with emotional illness and mental health and suicide to uncover the very emotionally charged experiences of Revolutionary War combatants. Theoretically, emotions were discouraged. Soldiers should work as a cohesive whole to defeat the enemy, full stop. But highbrow ideals hardly and rarely translated to reality. Whether or not contemporaries wanted to admit it, war was a shock to the senses, not to mention theories of masculine military order and power. Early on, or a few years into the war, John Adams wailed that the English malady is upon us. The disposition of suicide, which destroys so many individuals among us, has seized the public. He wasn't wrong. Suicide accounts and at least publication of suicide accounts were way up during the American Revolution. They had been for a while in England. George Chain had written his treatise, The English Malady, in the early 18th century, where he argues that the disposition to suicide was highest among English people on the island of England. He had all these kind of reasons for it. But as the American Revolution unfolded in America, a lot of locals and invaders felt like they'd either brought the suicide, the disposition with them, and or it exploded in America. Now, we can see this in soldiers' accounts, of which there are many. Now, this is a rather long one, but it's showing this pattern that the British officer Frederick Mackenzie is noticing among his troops. As he says, a soldier of the 43rd was drowned this evening. There's imagining he did it willfully, as a paper was found in his clothes on the shore indicating such a design. His having left a wife and child desolate in England. The next day, he wrote, a soldier of the 43rd Regiment shot himself last night in the rear of the camp. The discovery of a connection he had with a married woman of the same regiment appears to have been the cause of this rash action. I cannot help observing here that a soldier of the 22nd Regiment shot himself through the body, of which he languished about 12 days, and that another soldier of the 43rd cut himself with a razor across the wrists since we have been encamped. So Mackenzie's recording this, and he's noticing this pattern. Now, this was a pattern that was not unique to the British. It was not unique to Frederick Mackenzie's diary. Now, to understand what Frederick Mackenzie was noticing and to understand how these soldiers are feeling and acting, we also have to unpack the ways that they described emotional and mental health at the time. Then as now, emotional health is an evolving field of science. So, for instance, what we call homesickness, they would have called nostalgia. A Swiss physician started studying this in the late 17th, early 18th century. What we call depression or anxiety, they would have called melancholy. And then what we call suicide, they would have called self-murder. Legally at the time, oftentimes, if a soldier or someone killed themselves, they weren't given a Christian burial, and their family wasn't able to collect their belongings and their money because they were murderers by law and that they'd murdered themselves. Now, in Under Alien Skies, I really explore the environmental facets to this because I'm looking at the British and German soldiers who come over to the New World environment. According to science at the time, coming to a new climate or environment could change your very physical, emotional, and mental being. As the Hessian surgeon Schulpf argued, most newcomers to this country have to pay tribute to the climate by some indisposition or another. Another British colonist called the British and German soldiers invading seeds that weren't fit for this American soil. So there's this very deep idea that coming to America was going to really mess with their minds and bodies. But that doesn't account for the American and the French troops who also struggled with these mental health and suicide. So today I'm going to be broadening out. Now, Washington recognized this. From almost the moment he takes over the command of the military, he's bemoaning his troops and he's bemoaning their mental state. I'm not going to read this whole quote, but he describes them as men just dragged from the tender scenes of domestic life, unaccustomed to the din of arms and totally unacquainted with every kind of military drill, are timid and ready to fly from their own shadows. This sudden change in their manner of living makes it so that they're more likely to run away and be homesick. And it infuses the like spirit into others. Now, while he's worried about how his own men might act and their emotional well-being, he's not so worried about his enemies' emotional well-being. In fact, he's hoping that his enemies commit suicide. In Boston in 1776, he notes in his letters that a couple or even more British prisoners have committed what would have been happy for mankind if more of them had done long ago, the act of suicide. So here we have Washington as well, thinking about mental and emotional health among his troops and actually wishing bad mental and emotional health among his enemies. Now, you can see these instances of melancholy throughout soldiers' letters and diaries. The top one here is from a Hessian. This is a very emotional piece. I cannot understand the circumstances in which I now find myself. I'm obliged to go through all kinds of misfortunes, even the most disgusting. I'm in the saddest spirits. All my actions are at variance with my heart's feeling. I'm beside myself when I think of the consequences, namely, that I'm to be unhappy and unsuccessful. You really see these men, not as just these automatons, as it might be easy to think of them as, or if they wanted, their officers wanted them to be at the time. But as people, most of them have never fired a gun in anger, who weren't soldiers, and even the ones who were, like Philip von Kraft, who was, a Hessian mercenary, having a really hard time. You have Ambrose Searle, a British officer or soldier, saying, "We discoursed upon the dejection of our army, the elevation of the rebels, and the present posture of affairs. We were very melancholy upon the whole, and parted with wishing for better times." And then we have the American Rathbone. He is coming after a battle, and he has to help clean up. And he says it was his melancholy duty to assist in the burial of the dead, which brought him directly into the midst of these heart-rending scenes where the wife first recognized her husband, the mother her son, the sister her brother, and the body of a mangled soldier so disfigured with wounds and clotted with blood and dust as to be scarcely known. Now, while these are kind of, general accounts, I want to hone in on two specific instances of, in this case, French soldiers having a really hard time. So while plenty of soldiers succumbed to the mercurial rigors of war in the New World for a variety of reasons, the historical record contains two especially high-profile French soldiers whose eventual suicides poignantly demonstrate the fraught nature of gender, honor, masculinity, and power within warfare, and especially within the Revolutionary War. The two are Forest and Custine. Now, Forest's problem started on March 5th, 1781, when he refused to follow through with the Comte de Custine's orders to punish a soldier with 30 blows of the saber. Believing the man innocent, Forest whispered in the ear of the punishing corporal to only graze the shoulders of the soldier. Custine was outraged at his subordinate Forest's insolence, and after having Forest refuse yet again to punish the soldier, threatened him with his cane. Believing himself dishonored, Custine stared down Forest and called him, quote, a miserable creature whom I shall throw into the dungeon. This was a total affront to Forest's masculine honor. And what would reveal itself as a career-ending move, Forest challenged his superior, Custine, to a duel. But Custine had no respect for Forest. He refused to see him when he visited his lodgings, and Custine's commanding officer threatened to hang Forest. Rochambeau, finally, who's commander of the French forces in America, ordered that Forest should be sent back to France in dishonor the next day. Finding himself shamed, lonely, and lost, Forest locked himself in his room and, with a shrill pistol shot to the head, ended his life. But Custine's problems had only just begun, as Forest's men demanded that Rochambeau punish Custine for dishonoring their leader. Insolent in the face of his inferiors, Rochambeau apparently replied, quote, "It is a fool who wants to kill himself." Forest's comrades were furious. His cousin ended up retiring from the French army, while Forest's soldiers demanded that their leader have a traditional funeral ceremony rather than the typical hushed burying of a suicide victim. An onlooker noted how the funeral proceedings were followed by an immense crowd. Everyone was there, from the commanding general down to the lowest valet. Nobody was missing except the Comte de Custine. Forest's honor-bound suicide transformed into the downfall of Custine, with company-grade officers shunning him, complaints against his conduct occurring almost daily, and leading European newspapers attacking his honor. Although officials ultimately deemed him innocent in relation to the suicide, his inferiors now called him a, quote, dirty bugger to his face. Now, like Forest, Major William Galvin's suicide was directly linked to challenges of his power in a hyper-masculine, hyper-violent setting. Having served the French army with relative success in Virginia from 1780 to 81, Galvin's military chops seemed legitimate. His character, however, was something else entirely. The Frenchman constantly sent letters to leading Americans like Lawrence, Washington, and Jefferson requesting promotion, which he never received. This failure was probably largely due to Galvin's unpopularity with certain officers and his troops in general, so he's not as popular as his troops as Forest. But it wasn't just Galvin's fellow Frenchmen who questioned his honor. At one point, the American rebel, Silas Deane, whispered to Lawrence about some, quote, very naughty tricks this young French adventurer, Galvin, had played in Paris. By July 1782, Galvin succeeded in his mission to demonstrate his military competence with a small but important victory at the Battle of Green Spring, Virginia. Now stationed in Philadelphia, Galvin hoped to build on these successes, but his personal fortunes seemed to diminish by the day. Not only were the major's repeated requests for promotion refused, at the same time his debts were growing, but his love for a local woman, Sarah Shippen, was also unrequited. On July 24, 1782, Galvin put a bullet through his own head. Yet, unlike Forest, or any other suicide victim in this article, Galvin left a suicide note. In his dirge, he explained, quote, "Life has become a burden too heavy for me. I shake it off. Men who do not reflect will accuse me of weakness. They will be mistaken. That same courage which enables me to meet death would have also supported me in bearing any degree of pain." He also includes Sarah in the note, asking that a picture of himself be given to her, and the bearer, quote, "Tell her my gratitude for her friendship will be one of the last sentiments that dies in me." In a closing demonstration of Galvin's string of unfulfilled hopes, the major's final request that his debts be paid a copy of his will sent to his mother, and his body, quote, buried decently, were all ignored. No one stepped up to pay his debts, no will exists, and unlike Forrest's grand funeral procession, Galvin was buried in Potter's Field, a common square far from one of Philadelphia's many consecrated graveyards. Now, I want to end with allegory, because at the same time all of these men were having very real struggles with mental health, and some of them deciding to take their own lives, American officers like General George Washington start to take allegorical suicide as an honorable end. They're especially obsessed with Addison's Cato, a tragedy. It's later used in Charles Cato's letters. They love Cato so much, and this suicide and the allegory in it, that Washington actually has the play staged for his officers at Valley Forge. And it's no surprise that Patrick Henry, two of his most famous quotes, "Give me liberty or give me death," and "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country," are directly cribbed from lines in Cato. It is not now time to talk aught but chains of conquest, liberty, or death. And what a pity it is that we can die but once to serve our country. Now, once again, this was allegory. The fact of the matter is, most of the men who were struggling couldn't rely on allegory. They weren't elites. They were trying to figure out how to survive in a war that they didn't understand. And so I think investigating this more gives a harsher but also clearer picture of the war and the suffering that was, inherent in creating our nation. Thank you.
Right, wonderful. Can everyone hear me? Great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be on this illustrious panel and to be offering something of a marginal British perspective on the way in which the revolution has influenced science in some small ways that I'm trying to trace currently. And we'll be going into a sphere that seems quite unrelated to the American Revolution, but I hope that some parallels kind of emerge and lead to interesting discussion. So, from the beginning of the 18th century, a number of former slave ship surgeons across Europe published texts reflecting on their professional involvement in the transatlantic slave trade. These include Thomas Aubrey's 1729, The Sea Surgeon or Guinea Man's Vade Mecum, and John Atkins' 1742, The Navy Surgeon or Practical System of Surgery, with continental examples such as Necessary Instructions for the Slave Traders by the Swiss surgeon and university lecturer David Henry Galandat, printed in the Netherlands in 1769, or Louise Roop's Diseases of Seafarers by a former chief surgeon of the Dutch West India Company. All of these works reflect the close entwinement of transatlantic slavery and the medical profession across Europe. As Galandat proudly wrote, the success of the slave trade depends very much on the good procedures and skills of the surgeons. As the opportunities for employment on commercial or combat vessels expanded over the early modern period, tropical and maritime medicine had become a profitable area of inquiry. With the extreme conditions and challenges they posed, slaving voyages were particularly prized as a form of practical training for surgeons. With the exception of Atkins, slave ship surgeons rarely voiced any opposition to slavery, at least until the late 1780s. Although their accounts addressed the challenging conditions, the necessary violence of slaving voyages was routinely minimized. With little acknowledgement of the contradiction involved, slave ship surgeons presented their work as doubly beneficial, providing expert advice that stood to benefit slave ship captains and their surgeons, and the Africans in their quote-unquote care. As university-educated physicians in prominent positions, Galandat and Roop were not representative of slave ship surgeons as a whole, however. In the main, they had little in the way of formal training. There was, however, in Britain at least, a different group who gained experience in the slave trade and wrote about it. The Navy was the other main employer of aspiring medics, without the means or connections to gain university qualification and establish a practice on land. The Navy wasn't as prestigious or as expensive as being an army doctor, for which reason it appealed to men from poorer families. Unlike in the Army, however, the Navy then had no routinized system of half pay in peacetime. The Navy list, as it was termed, extended only to the most senior doctors. Many Navy surgeons' route into slavery was therefore circumstantial. According to his biographer, Atkins joined a slaving voyage sometime between 1715 and 18, at the end of the War of the Spanish Succession, owing to a period of disillusionment with the Navy. As wars ended, this tended to result in an increase in slaving voyages, and thus offshored, demobilized Navy surgeons would find a ready market for their seasoned skills, often when they were at their most desperate. In Britain, this different route into the slave trade shaped, I suggest, a correspondingly different response to it amongst Navy-trained medics. From the late 1760s onwards, as European conflict shifted to the Americas, Navy surgeons not only found frequent opportunities to witness slavery, but also, licensed by the revolutionary ideas of this period, were drawn to oppose it more openly. Presenting a prior stage to the imbrication of science within the transatlantic abolitionist debates of the 1790s, as recently discussed by Eric Herfenschel, Navy surgeons significantly anticipated, if not influenced, the immediate shape and approach of abolitionism within Britain. Notably, it was two Scottish doctors who each drew upon their overseas experiences to pen objections to slavery. In the first instance, the cruelty of plantation regimes was a focus, as in James Ramsay's essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies. Expository accounts of the Middle Passage, by contrast, were extremely rare in Britain, with little published since the inclusion of an anonymous 500-word description in Anthony Benezet's early abolitionist textbook, Short Account of That Part of Africa and the Manner in Which the Slave Trade is Carried On, which was published here in Philadelphia in 1762 and then London in 1768. And I'll mention here, recent work has shown that this thought that this anonymous account was by John Newton of the Amazing Grace hymn, but he anonymized it because of his concern for his career in Liverpool to try and join the church. It was not until 1787 that the newly founded Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade targeted the slave trade specifically, spurring fact-finding missions through Parliament and encouraging former slave ship surgeons, sailors, and the formerly enslaved to speak out. One text which predated this watershed was Observations on the Scurvy by the 26-year-old Scottish naval surgeon Thomas Trotter. Trotter was humbly born through his rapid ascent through the Navy, becoming in 1794 physician to the Channel Naval Fleet, has done much to obscure this fact. As his biographers argue, Trotter's reticence about revealing his social origins was typical of men who achieved distinction in their chosen professions, but who lacked the wealth and aristocratic connections normally necessary for success in the late 18th century, end quote. Born in Melrose in the Scottish borders, his father a baker, Trotter initially turned to work at sea because he couldn't afford a university degree. Like other Scottish medics of lowly social and financial status, Trotter was likely persuaded by the hands-on experience, pay, and board and advancement opportunities that membership of the Naval Medical Branch promised. He signed up in 1778 at the height of the War of American Independence. His first deployment was as the surgeon's third mate on the Berwick, defending the Channel against the French, and the year following in the West Indies. It was here, during time in port in Barbados and Jamaica, that Trotter would have gained glimpses of a slave-based society. By early 1781, the Berwick had returned to form part of a North Sea blockade against the Dutch. In recognition of his service at the Battle of Dogger Bank, Trotter was promoted to surgeon of the William, pictured here, then tasked with escorting coasters between Liverpool and Plymouth. In 1783, however, the William struck a sandbank in the Mersey, that's the river just off Liverpool. Trotter and his crew were stranded there and shortly after demobilized without pay, being no longer needed given the approaching peace. He scouted for other berths on Liverpool's docks and signed on as surgeon for a slaving voyage in June. The ship was the Brooks, a newly built copper-bottomed slaver, a ship that would just 5 years later become an infamous icon of the anti-slavery movement. Supplementing his practical knowledge Trotter had gained in the Navy, Trotter's 1786 observations centered on his ill-fated 14-month experience on the Brooks. If Trotter's hand-on approach to epidemiological inquiry was novel, even more unusual was his sustained focus on the scurvy as it broke out amongst Africans under the conditions of shipboard captivity. He introduces the subject with some context and a startling descent. And I should make clear here that hereon we'll be encountering period language and imagery of a discomforting nature. It will be proper to observe here that these poor wretches are chained 2 by 2 by the wrists and ankles. Here they are stowed spoonways, as it is called, and so close locked in one another's arms that it is not possible to tread amongst them. The temperature of these apartments when nearly full was about 100 of the Fahrenheit scale. The effluvia is so intolerable that in a few minutes you may have the condensed vapor from your face in great quantity. Today, such realities are notoriously well known. However, in Trotter's moment, such descriptions were pretty unprecedented, not least evocative first-person sensorial ones like this. Observations undoubtedly reflects the paradoxical role of surgeons in the slave trade and the inseparability of medical care and violence in such settings. Seeing signs of the scurvy as the ship loitered for some months off the Cape coast, waiting to complete its cargo, Trotter preemptively sought fresh fruit from the mainland. As the scurvy intensified during the Atlantic crossing, Trotter supplemented the basic diet of the enslaved, that was beans, rice, and corn, and in doing so observed, I quote, "the scorbutic slaves throw away the ripe guavas while they devoured the green ones," end quote. In view of this, he began what we today term a controlled therapeutic trial, with 9 of the worst affected, and thereby discovered that, I quote, "vinous fermentation impairs fruit's anti-scorbutic factor," end quote. On this basis, Trotter was then able to refute competing pathological theories and reinforce James Linn's earlier but infrequently adopted recommendation of citrus fruit. Expanded in a second edition in 1792, observations demonstrated Trotter's skills and played no small part in his rapid advancement. The purpose and framing of observations was unabashedly medical. Nevertheless, Trotter deviates from the standard clinical indifference to slavery found in prior works on the slave trade. If a sympathetic strain is evident from Trotter's opening descriptor, poor wretches, his description of the fundamental inhumanity of slavery becomes ever more apparent as the text continues. In addition to the circumstances of their confinement and poor diet, Trotter proposed that a concurrent cause of the scurvy was psychological. Again, positioning the reader aboard the ship, he writes, "I can by no means suppose the Negro feels no parting pang when he bids farewell to his country, his liberty, his friends, and all that is to be valued in existence. In the night they are often heard making a hideous moan. This happens when waking from sleep after a dream had presented to their imagination their home and friends." The nostalgia resonances here will be very familiar, given Vaughan's previous paper. The initial indirectness notwithstanding, Trotter's words run into excess and convey not only the sensations of being aboard ship, but gradually shift perspective to the greater torment for those enslaved. To conclude his effective evidence, these outpourings of grief reflected an exquisite sensibility in Trotter's words. This sensibility, of course, was a capacity frequently denied by defenders of slavery. Trotter stopped short of any condemnation of the institution of slavery, the interests it served, or the government that supported it. He opens the work by stating his patriotic commitments, writing that it was written in view of the naval and commercial interest of these realms. In this practical vein, he also notes that commercial interests would be served by reducing deaths from the scurvy. And he provides at the very end of the work some brief recommendations to lessening confinement, improving nutrition, and providing better medical care. Though the fact it comes so late in the volume is really intriguing, and I think it might become clear what his kind of priorities are as we proceed. Trotter would subsequently be more overt in his opposition to slavery, though again through the provision of expert testimony. In 1790, he took 3 weeks shore leave in London to give damning evidence about the Brookes before the House of Commons Select Committee on the Slave Trade. His later criticisms of empire in his 1807 A View of the Nervous Temperament were also far less conciliatory. Notably, this came after Trotter had left the Navy due to injury in 1801. Looking back to Trotter's earliest writing suggests that his revelations about the torments of slavery and observations was not a volte-face. He had, in fact, been opposed to slavery before he joined the Brookes. Only a couple of months prior to the grounding of the William and the Mersey, Trotter had composed verses written in the Ladies' Walk in Liverpool in January 1783. That's the title of the poem. The poem, written from the vantage point of a fashionable uptown promenade, caustically attacks Liverpool's enrichment from transatlantic slavery, proclaiming freedom as nature's right, robbed from the enslaved. Worth note, too, is Trotter's broader attack on the wealth extracted from slave labor and the social extremes underpinning this enrichment. We can sense Trotter's resentment of the differential between the tyrant owners and the mariners who ferried their wares. Reflecting on this unequal distribution of risk and labor, Trotter asks of the indolent planter, did he, for wealth, e'er tempt the waves or wind? Also notable is the poem's uncertainty about the idea of freedom-bearing British commerce, which blessed the nations where she stretched her sail, an ideology which had long justified Britain's rise as a trading power, such as in Alexander Pope's Pacific Windsor Forest from 1713. Trotter resolves this tension by displacing British glory to an unspecified golden age, adopting here a stance of patriotic conformity in order to drive home his rebuke. That said, there is no evidence that Trotter published this poem in 1783. Like many of his works, it appeared later. Its first appearance was in 1790, printed alongside two other poems dated to 1781 and 82. Reading this poem against his 1786 observations makes the latter's tentativeness more curious. Did Trotter really leave the Brookes in 1784 as a dedicated abolitionist, as his biographers state? Is the absence of open critique in observations simply attributable to the formality demanded within the medical genre, or is something else possibly at play? Clearly, Trotter's involvement in the slave trade makes judging his writing a fraught undertaking. We might, like Michel Foucault, doubt his sincerity and see his more limited statements against slavery as a kind of performance, a form of self-exculpation to salvage the respectability of himself and physicians despite their role in the trade. My reading is a little different, however. As I've argued in my longer essay, Trotter's near simultaneous rejection of slavery and his employment on a slaving voyage in 1783 draws into view a much more richly textured and complex relationship between Britain resistance to slavery, socioeconomic status, and maritime work in late 18th century Britain. Trotter's Navy career arguably had a more complex influence on his opposition to slavery than has yet been acknowledged. If, on the one hand, it exposed him to the stark contrast between Britain's celebrated wealth and the conditions under which it was produced, it also conditioned how he could speak about it, given what we know of the Navy's pro-colonial, pro-commercial, and tacitly pro-slavery ideology before 1807. After his ill-fated voyage, Trotter returned to the northeast of England, dividing his time between a riding practice and studying for his medical degree in Edinburgh. Trotter was likely conscious of the professional risks of taking an overt stance against slavery. Before the abolitionist campaign of the 1790s began to shift views, naval authorities imagined the slave trade to be a nursery for seamen, a vital training ground in peacetime. For this reason, Krista Petley argues that the patriotic connection between colonial trade, naval strength, and the preservation of national sovereignty made abolitionism appear dangerous, end quote. The Admiralty appears to have been resistant to the nascent abolitionist cause. Indeed, in 1783, they refused Granville Sharp's plea to prosecute the crew of the Zong for the murder of 132 enslaved Africans thrown overboard when the ship was stranded at sea. Purportedly, I should say, stranded at sea. The Admiralty's conservative stance may help to explain why so few individuals in active naval service seem to have spoken out against slavery before Parliament began to examine the trade in 1787, and why, even then, they tended to contribute only as evidence gatherers or formal witnesses. One of the most influential abolitionists prior to Trotter was the aforementioned physician Ramsay. A ship carpenter's son turned surgeon, Ramsay had left the Navy in 1761 after providing emergency treatment to the enslaved aboard a foundering British slaver. He took holy orders and became a pastor in St. Kitts, also providing medical service for several plantations. Published in the year of Trotter's return, Ramsay's essay on the treatment and conversion of African slaves in the British sugar colonies was revelatory in the level of detail it offered. Neither did he hold back in his explicit rejection of the trade in his published slightly later the same year, Inquiry into the Effects of Putting a Stop to this African Slave Trade, which was less about the conditions aboard ships, but the economic dimensions of abolition. However, Ramsay's activism only began after his retirement from the Navy. What's more, he was encouraged by Sir Charles Middleton, then controller of the Navy and behind-the-scenes abolitionist. He'd gifted Ramsay 2 vicarages in 1781, and besides giving Ramsay space and time to write, these livings also insulated him from the wrath of the West India vested interest, to quote Richard Blake, who's a scholar of evangelical abolitionism. In this light, we can see that Trotter's reluctance to openly condemn the trade in observations might have been influenced by his insecure position as an aspiring 20-something doctor, particularly one with the aim of returning to Navy employment and research. But that does not mean that the medical perspective forwarded by Trotter was not significant or strategic for the emerging abolitionist cause. Some, of course, complained that the work was not scientific enough. According to his biographers, initial reviews were lukewarm, deprecating Trotter's youth and wishing he had treated the subject on the usual theoretical level, end quote. Others had more profound problems. As one concluded, Mr. Trotter is well acquainted with his subject and speaks from experience, but we are sorry to add that his language is very exceptionable, end quote. However, there were more positive reviews as well, with his faithful observation approved in the New Annual Register and extensive reviews in French and Latin language journals. Observations was translated into German in early 1787, despite the difficulties that Trotter's technico-nautical expressions presented. The translation of spoonways into herring-like, that's from the German wie der Heringe, does not reflect the precise space-saving orientation of bodies that Trotter's term specified. If Trotter's work was initially praised for its findings on the scurvy, its revelations about slavery were more unprecedented. Observations preceded by 2 years the flurry of parliamentary and abolitionist activity to gather evidence about the trade. Surgeons naturally spoke on both sides of the debate, but Trotter's Navy credentials made his answers particularly credible and often reproduced. As mentioned above, Trotter's ship was subsequently made infamous in the widely reproduced illustration plan of the Brooks. While the plan depicted the likely distribution of captives under the recently passed 1788 Sir William Dolben Act, which acted to enforce a maximum capacity of slave ships on the basis of tonnage, the text detailed the even more extensive packing of the ship prior to this act. It is difficult to determine whether Trotter's observations inspired the selection of the Brooks. The fact, however, that two separate abolitionist committees, which included naval men in their membership, first the Plymouth Committee and then the London Committee, both independently settled on the Brooks to illustrate, is very intriguing. In any case, Trotter's description of the spoonwise arrangement of captives in the Brooks became later reattached to the broadside version of the illustration. With so little published about the Middle Passage by contemporary authors before 1788, it seems more than possible that observations played a role in why the Brooks repeatedly rose to notice. If this was the case, it would further reinforce the argument for the emerging and influential relationship between abolitionism and the naval medical profession, in particular in this revolutionary period. And here's a slide from Durham of school children recreating the image of the Brooks in 2007 for the bicentenary of the Abolition Act. And here's the end. Thank you.
Thank you all. Glad to be here. Turning from the emotions to enslavement to manufacturing. I'm afraid my paper is perhaps not as weighty as others, but is that a joke to be made? Canon, weighty? I don't know. At any rate, I'm very glad to be here. It's wonderful to be able to talk to people about a period that none of my colleagues study back at Michigan Tech, and I want to talk about canon founding. This whole thing is part of a much longer study from the Revolution to 1885, and the research question, as my social scientist colleagues would say, is why is it that the U.S. never had a national foundry until 1885? Every other advanced military state in the Western world anyway, and in the East, had state foundries. We didn't. So, the British colonies in what would become the United States entered the war as 13 provinces, but emerged a nation. Industrially, they were isolated, dependent on the home country, strictly speaking, forbidden from even trading with each other, and frankly, woefully underprepared to take on the mother country. And yet they did, and they won. This is a study how they managed to ramp up one element of military industrial production, namely cannon manufacturing, in order to meet the needs of the moment, and an exploration of the political economy in states' legislatures on how best to get it done. The colonists were somewhat up to arming themselves individually, but for large artillery and other capital-intensive technologies like heavily armed ships, states had to find, seize, purchase, or make their artillery they needed to take on the British forces. Recognizing these shortcomings, the Continental Congress explicitly and already in January 1776 allocated 40,000 pounds to Silas Deane and ordered him to make a voyage to France to purchase for the public goods. Simultaneously, the Secret Committee contracted him to purchase 100 brass cannon and arms, ammunition, and clothing for 25,000 men. When he got there in June, he ended up purchasing 220 cannon on his own volition and arms for 30,000 men from all over France. He then furtively got them to the ports for export with a blind eye from the French by permission of the Count of Vergennes. It was actually the British ministers he didn't want to be aware that this was happening, but he failed completely in that, they knew. Deane's consignments arrived here in April 1777, just in time to arm the Green's men with muskets for their victory over Burgoyne at Saratoga that fall. Larger guns, though, were needed particularly for ships and for defending ports, and as it turned out, the siege warfare that the colonists, had they been thinking about it, needed to engage in to win the war. Simultaneously, Washington, on the advice of Henry Knox, in July 77, advocated constructing a, can we call it a federal foundry? I'll try that. Federal cannon foundry at Springfield, Massachusetts. Note that the federal armory there did not exist until 1794, and Harper's Ferry not till 1798. Washington, quote, knowing the importance of and how essential these establishments are, end quote, his words, ordered that the works be begun there and trusted that, quote, as nothing but the good of the service could have led to this measure, I trust it will be approved, end quote. Congress tabled the motion on the matter and nothing happened at Springfield for the duration. However, despite Dean's mission and the constant seizure of cannon wherever they could be found, each province recognized it needed its own cannon too, their own cannon too. A cannon or two was held by many towns, some left over from the days of the French and Indian War, and more were purchased or taken or stockpiled as early as 1774. And so it's worth remembering that Colonel Leslie's famed retreat at Salem's North Bridge in February 1775, where the revolution might have begun, was about retrieving cannon from the Patriots. And Henry Knox's noble train of artillery seized at Ticonderoga in November of 75, even more so, but in the other direction. The story of revolutionary cannon foundries, therefore, seems largely to have been obscured by the Revolution-era literature on one hand, the intense local history praise for individual contributions that have upgraded many furnaces that perhaps made cannonballs to ones that made cannon, which is quite unlikely. The American firearm story, on the other hand, has also obscured cannon production, but it's worth noting that cannon are technologically a very different story in terms of skill, capacity, and market. So I'm trying to rectify these various local histories and place them in a better, larger context, and also break through the dominance of the top-down Continental Congress story, and for that, I point you to Robert Smith's excellent Manufacturing Independence. And I want to do this to recognize that the simultaneous motions at the state and federal level, to use our terms, in a moment where it was not clear that the latter would come to dominate what we would recognize as the national defense procurement policy. So today, I want to consider how various states responded to the military necessity of cannon from 1775 to about 1781. In a few states, the matter has been well studied. Individual foundries are well studied in Virginia and Pennsylvania, though differing greatly, as I'll get to, but rarely in comparative manner. In other colonies, the story is at least known, Connecticut, Rhode Island, while in some, quite a juicy story is virtually unknown, North Carolina and especially Massachusetts, where I got wonderfully lost in the Massachusetts State Archives this summer. For a few of the states, I have to admit I can't tell yet what's going on, whether there was any state-level activity or they just tried to buy what they could. In Georgia, they consolidated cannon, that's all I can find. In other of the states that don't have dots up there, it seems they tried to buy them on the open market. Fundamental to the question at hand is to what degree the individual states took ownership, direct or indirect, of the production process. So on to those strategies. When the war began, the obvious thing for states to do was simply purchase the cannon on the open market. But this is easier said than done. Britain had a quasi-monopoly on cannon production for the colonies, though many nations' cannons were scattered about the colonies. Lots of Danish cannon for some reason, I don't know why. That is cannon made in Denmark. Cannon could also have been easily on the market, had on the market from France or Belgium or Spain, but easily was certainly a matter of degree. Within the 13 colonies, there were commercial foundries near Providence, Salisbury, Connecticut, and in a number of them in the Reading Valley here in Pennsylvania that were already producing cannon for merchant ships and apparently for some state militias at the time. All rose to the challenge and supplied the various state militias to the extent they could, but each had difficulties in rates and capacity and were ultimately unable to meet the sudden continental demand, particularly for large cannon. In one case in early 1777, New York State wrote to Salisbury, Connecticut, trying to order cannon, and the Connecticut governor, John Trimble Sr., responded, quote, "We shall do all in our power to keep the cannon foundry at Salisbury in blast through the winter, and shall spare no cost to do it, though we dare not greatly depend on the success of it." That's the governor of Connecticut. Noting that they'd already sent 10 6 and 12 pounders each, they had only 4 18 pounders and 2 9 pounders cast at the furnace, quote, "but had not at present water sufficient to bore them," end quote. And of course, New York was not the only polity in urgent need of them. Quote, "We have lately received a letter from Congress," Trumbull wrote, "wherein they express an ardent concern for a supply of cannon for the northward, earnestly requesting a supply from Salisbury Furnace. If the furnace can be kept in blast, and we are succeeded, hope shall be able to supply further." General Schuyler responded just under 2 weeks later that New York had no hope of getting cannon from any founder in New York State, and the few that Trumbull promised, quote, "will, when we get them, still leave us amazingly deficient." Trumbull tried to assure him that if the few cannon they had on Salisbury, quote, "are now boring out," and that the foundry will send them as soon as they can. Schuyler then pushed a bit harder. He had intelligence from Colonel Walter Stewart that Salisbury actually had 82 cannon finished, sitting on the lot, as it were, and he passively aggressively shared that he knew that with Trumbull. Quote, "As that number greatly exceeds what you mentioned to me, I suppose you had not then a full return of the whole." End quote. 2 weeks later, Trumbull replied bluntly, "We're very sorry, we cannot supply you with any more cannon. We have already granted all the cannon that can be spared from our foundry at Salisbury." Now, despite the way that Trumbull talked about them as our furnaces, the furnaces at Salisbury were all owned and operated as private business interests under a couple of interlocking founders. And as far as I can tell, the Connecticut legislature, all they did was provide an urgent bridge loan to get the furnaces refitted and back in production in late '76, and then occasionally facilitated access to supplies or advanced money on credit as the currency began to contract. It's clear that in many cases, different states' committees of safety, or equivalent, were directly involved in providing material for foundries to do their work. And I'm a slide behind. In Pennsylvania, for example, the Committee of Safety directly supplied specific materials to Benjamin Loxley's brass cannon foundry in Philadelphia, south of here a bit, supplied some small capital, not enough to make it, to build it out, and then construction and production materials as the war went on. But they never seemed to have expected to take any ownership, though they did refer to it as, quote, the public foundry. The state endeavors do seem to have gone well, but also revealed such undertakings to be quite expensive, and the state was at least funding, if not running, most of the operation. The Philadelphia case, by June 1777, the foundry then being run by James Byers, lately arrived from New York, presumably having had to flee there when the British took that late in '76. The State Board of War was straining under the costs of the war, saying, quote, the treasury was exhausted and the demand for it very large, i.e. they were bankrupt, and they suggested that the state battalion of artillery be put under continental control, and additionally, that the expense of the gun factory and the cannon foundry established in the state, note, not by the state, but in the state, have been and still continues to be very great, and as the continent is now reaping the advantage of these institutions, the Board of War proposes that both of them be delivered into the hands of Congress. But the British took the city after Brandywine, and Loxley himself had to remove out to Oaks, PA. By the way, if anybody has archaeologist friends in the state, his foundry may in fact be under the parking lot of the Greater Philadelphia Convention Bureau. That's where it was anyway. So, the other notable commercial cannon foundries like the Hughes Brothers, Antietam, and Mount Etna furnaces near Sharpsburg, Maryland, or the Hope Furnace run by the Brown family of Brown University near Providence, remained private throughout the war and cast guns as fast as they could, though could never meet demand, sometimes even of their own state. The other option for this political economy was state industry proper. This partially existed in Great Britain, where the Royal Foundry at Woolwich Arsenal, through their global empire, fed their global empire, but they did rely most heavily on private firms, notably the Cairn Company, established 1759 in Falkirk, Scotland. And this model predominated in most states and principalities across Europe. So let me start with the two clear examples in the colonies of this. Let me start with Massachusetts. As I say, this is where I've gone most down the hole. A century-old history, our century-old history, 1907, had one Marie-Louis Armand Ansart Marquis de Marsquel, pardon my pronunciation, coming literally straight off the boat on December 5th, 1776, marching over to the Board of War in Boston and telling them that he was there to help them set up a cannon foundry with the newest boring technology from Europe. De Marsquel was a veteran of the 7 Years' War in Europe and seems to have come to his engineering knowledge by volunteering to do it, and as any good Enlightenment gentleman, through an étude longue et suivie. Also, once here, he claimed to have been related, perhaps by marriage, to the great French engineer Marquis de Montalembert, but that is yet to be proven. Not surprisingly, that family got it a bit, shall we say, compressed. In fact, on November 21st, the House passed a resolve to employ de Marsquel in the business of the cannon foundry. But that business of erecting a furnace had been in motion for many months already, and that was the second, or what I will refer to as the Bridgewater, furnace plan. For that one, a cannon committee had been formed August 29th and asked to report, quote, without delay on what is proper to be done in respect to the manufacturing of cannon, which they did on September 14th, and the Bridgewater furnace plan was in motion by the end of October. The haste with which the committee formed, met, produced, and was activated was because over a year before that, Richard Devens, the Massachusetts Commissary General, had already worked out an agreement with Aaron Hobart of South Abington to cast cannon for the state. Hobart had established a brass and bell foundry in South Abingdon in 1769, utilizing the knowledge of one Gallimore, otherwise unknown, who had trained as a British bell founder, was sent to the colonies as a soldier, but then deserted his post in Boston and joined Hobart. In 1775, Hobart had proposed making guns and cast iron shot for the Patriot cause. And although the state furnished him with pig iron and coal, the results were horrible. Quote, Colonel Hobart had no knowledge of the business. In proving the cannon, they split. Iron could not be kept sufficiently hot. It chilled too quick, end quote. Although apparently instructed by Colonel Henry Burbeck of the Massachusetts militia, who became very important in American artillery after the war, Hobart may have had insufficient blast or the wrong furnace proportions. He may have had poor molds. Also possible the chemical composition of the coal or the iron or the mixture thereof was a problem. Quote, so disastrous was the experiment that all the stock provided by the state was expended, and his own fortunes besides were severely felt by Hobart and the public. Now, there's also a curious conflated mythology about a Frenchman saving Hobart's furnace, but there are no records that Hobart ever produced a single cannon for the Patriots. Now, as time compels me to be brief, the Bridgewater State Furnace Manufacturing Complex, approved in October 76 and in blast by April 77, the new style boring machine took a little bit longer to put in operation, produced admirably under direct state control and finance from 77 through 80 or even 81. It had, as you can see, your one iron furnace stacked to turn iron ore into pig iron and cast directly into cannon, as well as 3 air furnaces that allowed them to cast in both brass and iron. Hugh Orr, who managed the state furnace, suffered continual and severe shortages of pig iron, trying local sources, Rhode Island sources, even going so far as to buy in Baltimore in 77, and trying to slip past the British into Providence, with some success, although, as you can see, as late as 1782, 170 tons of it remained in Baltimore. Damarisquell seems to have been perennially absent, but his boring machine did work quite well, and within 6 months, they had to lengthen it to handle larger guns. So by all accounts, the Bridgewater furnace was a success. And yet, by early 1782, the Massachusetts Assembly was working on selling it. Neither Hugh Orr, who had forges going quite nicely in East Bridgewater, just north of there, nor the Keith family, local iron founders whose land they had given over to the state for the project for the duration, wanted it. It's possible that Paul Revere, or his son really, Joseph, bought the boring machinery as they started casting cannon in Canton, 20 miles northwest, but that was after 1788. So Massachusetts very clearly fully embraced the state industrial model, at least after Hobart's failure. And they embraced it, the idea of state industries for 3 state gunpowder mills in Sutton, Andover, and Canton. That one was run by Paul Revere, and at least 1 saltpeter works and a few other war industries. Moving southerly for one other case of a very clear state industry, in Richmond, the story of the Virginia Manufactory of Arms, VMA, and its musket and the bayonet manufacture is very well studied. The adjacent cannon foundry, the south end of the complex there, and boring mill has been largely forgotten. John Ballantyne and John Reverley were retained by the state to design and build and the Convention of 1776 allocated £5,000 for the undertaking, and it appears to have been completed by May 1778. It was to consist of 4 double stacks, 8 air furnaces, and a boring mill, all taking power from the lateral channels off the canal that runs parallel to the James River in downtown Richmond. Reverley, who seems to have been the technical expert, although I should put expert in quotes here, admitted, quote, the business of the air furnace was little known in this state, end quote, but still got it up and running, or ish. The problem was that due to the war, quote, and these are his words, the rapid and unforeseen rise of the price of labor and every article of life, end quote, destroyed any economy that even the £5,000 grant could cover. It appears that Ballantyne and Reverley built the furnace complex using their own advances that were to be paid back from the pig iron it produced. They proposed and were allowed to add a forge and slitting mill to increase a variety of outputs and hence profits, but economics made the whole arrangement untenable. As early as May 1778, just about the time it was being finished, the House of Delegates resolved to sign the foundry over to Ballantyne. But by November, quote, for want of proper workmen, that useful work is of no advantage to the state. Reverley tried, but apparently failed, to find even 3 knowledgeable men to run the place. He was given $400 and still couldn't find anybody. That 1776 convention also proposed building out Rockingham Furnace, some 15 miles west of Richmond, to supply the pig iron to the VMA cannon foundry. By November 77, Ballantyne and Reverley sent a petition to the Virginia House that although the furnace was not complete, they begged that it had, quote, not been owing to any extravagance of mismanagement, but entirely to the high price of laborers, provisions, and materials necessary for the said works. They prayed that this, quote, scheme so promising and so nearly accomplished will not be laid aside, end quote. And since the, quote, land and slaves are already conveyed for the use of the Commonwealth, and the chief dependence for pig iron to supply the foundry for casting the cannon is on these works, that is the Rockingham furnace, that the House would appropriate more money to finish the job. In the end, by May 78, the House, as I say, tried to sign it over to Ballantine and Reverley, but there was even various dissension there on privatizing it or not. So it would seem it was in order. But by the middle of 1779, the House decided to convey the entire canal, foundry, and works on the James River to Pennet and Company, the French mercantile firm that shows up supplying Continental Army all over the place. The governor, Jefferson by this point, was required by House words to buy the land, develop a road to it, and perhaps a canal, so that Pennet and Company could develop 3,000 acres of land, as convenient as may be to the place where they shall erect their foundry, my emphasis, and also some place on or near the James River for a furnace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to build out a cannon foundry. Pennet and Company then would become the sole supplier for the Commonwealth, quote, for an annual supply of cannon and small arms after their completion of the work in such numbers, on such terms, and for so long a time as they shall think proper. At any rate, there's whole other story. I think that there's the smaller dot is Westham. That's probably where the Pennet foundry was, but it gets very confusing and it's not entirely fair. So all this seems to be a model built on a state industry that turned into one, not unlike the Cairn Company in Scotland, of a private firm operating as a de facto state industry. Finally, I know I'm getting close to time, quick mention of North Carolina. In June 1776, the North Carolina Provincial Congress authorized $2,500 amount, but not tons, to construct the Tick Creek Ironworks near Deep River in Chatham County. They started construction on a casting house, 20-foot square, not very big, a dwelling house or outhouses, managers, a boring mill, an undershot wheel as near as possible to the casting house, locks, hinges, nails, etc., including 12 slaves, including a woman and a boy, necessary for carrying on the foundry, end quote. The Committee of Safety had already provided for a founder of cannon and cast ironware in all its branches and a founder of cannon, ball, and open work, and the state contracted, or tried to, for Pennsylvania founders to come down and start up the foundry. The long and the short of it is that they had trouble getting the Pennsylvania founders to come down. They were too expensive. They couldn't afford them if they found them. Often they couldn't even find foundry patterns for sale, and even if they did, they were gouged for them. And it's not clear that they managed to produce a single gun or even a cast iron pot. The site was sold at sheriff's auction in early 1778, but this was at least a full-throated, both feet first attempt at state industry in the colony of North Carolina. So, I've alluded to the notable lack of skill available in these states at the outset of the conflict to run cannon foundries. Key to understand, as most founders did at the time, was that casting cannon was a wholly different process than casting small iron or brass goods. In our terms, thermodynamically and metallurgically very different. Even brass and bell founders, who might have had a handle on things like metal shrinkage and cooling, which could destroy a gun, or having a large enough air furnace to melt enough metal to cast a large cannon, a 12-pounder, which was a medium-sized one, takes about 1.5 tons of metal to be cast. But even if they had the capacity, guns are cast upright, and they needed the depth, height, strong enough cranes to have an 8 to 12 or deep pit for the furnace. And in places like Bridgewater, they either were hitting bedrock or the water table, and as you imagine, pouring molten metal hitting water is a bad idea. Steam explosions. Oops. So, it's not entirely clear, one more, there we go. Not entirely clear who the workers necessarily were at most of these foundries, even to the point of figuring out who the person was who actually understood the casting and the metallurgy. The Hughes brothers in Maryland seemed to get it quite well. In Massachusetts, the ironmaster very explicitly said he did not know how to cast cannon, while the so-called expert, Damarisquel, did, but that was a bit of an open question. The Board of War seemed to test him at one point to make sure he actually did, and I guess he passed. In other cases, ironmasters ramped up and did a good job. I'm going to jump past some of the other workers. There are some cases where Prisoners are released to work for the furnaces, some presumably people who had skill. And in one case, James Stewart in Boston, guilty of acting in some instances as an unfriendly part to the liberties of America, was sprung from the Boston jail and sent to work at Bridgewater for Colonel Orr in a sort of work release program. So, to conclude, by 1800, the goal of the U.S. having a national foundry resonated quite widely. In that year, John Adams authorized a joint Army-Navy facility to house a school for engineers, miners, artillerists, cavalry and infantry, and the Navy, which proposed a national cannon manufactory at Harper's Ferry. The president authorized now $800,000 that might well have brought some or all of this to fruition. That never happened. Jefferson scuppered it like he did a lot of Adams stuff. Instead, Jefferson brought Henry Foxhall from Philadelphia to Georgetown to build the Columbia Foundry. That's the Georgetown University Observatory, so down by the canal. Nothing's left, really. That did act as a private quasi-national cannon foundry. The national foundry question continued for another half century, and it wasn't until 1885 that we finally actually built them. National Foundry. Thank you very much.
Hydration is important. All right. Well, thank you all for those papers. It was really, I think, productive to think about them together in this Science on the Front Lines panel. Over the next 2 days, we're going to hear a lot about a lot of different types of science and different people doing science. But I think that these 3 papers and topics together force together a series of questions about the roles that war and especially violence play in shaping scientific inquiry. So Vaughn, Adam, and Steve show us different ways that science operates on the front lines. And here, the laboratory that we're talking about, right, is war. And this wartime forced new questions, new modes of inquiry, new demands on society, new or renewed forms of violence that created conditions for both innovation, but also for exploitation in really, really significant ways. And so reading the papers together, one theme I kept coming back to was ideas about sort of collective or civic science around public health, around industrial science, and then the ways that collective knowledge and the science it produces, rather than the figure of the scientist or the frame of an experiment, for example, allows us to interrogate science as an object of study in a broader way. Another way to sort of think about it too is the function of the source material that you all are using in your projects. Exists because of the context in which it was created, exists because of these moments of extreme tension and violence, and those are the things that are being documented, but they sort of create, forgive me, like a microscope for us if we're historians, like looking back at the past, right? That's what these sources are allowing us to do. So war forged this sort of public science or public health, certainly not in a triumphalist way. And in these papers, we see those laboratories as foundries, as slave ships, and as army camps, as sites of potential scientific inquiry, places where 18th century people tried to solve problems, both scientific and social. And we also see then science as a tool to wield power over bodies and over minds. So for Vaughn, we see how the military, faced with soldiers taking their own lives, began to grapple with the conditions that may influence mental health and disease. So I was wondering what happens when we think about this as a sort of public health problem that these military leaders are really trying to grapple with. You rightly point out that historians have perhaps paid more attention to the bodily illnesses and diseases like smallpox, et cetera, for their analysis of health and medicine during the American Revolution. But is there innovation in public health to borrow from here too? I'm thinking in particular, Sarah Narimore's work on civic health, right? And the inspiration for Benjamin Rush going forward into the early Republic. He's taking mental disorders much more seriously around this moment. what's sort of going on here. I'd also like to see you grapple a little bit more with the history of emotion in the late 18th century context, particularly where it intersects with gender. And I think that Nicole Eustace's Passion as the Gale and Sarah Knott's Sensibility in the American Revolution will be particularly useful here. In Adam's case, we're seeing how naval scientists grapple with the moral implications of their craft in trying to keep enslaved people alive during the harrowing journey across the Atlantic. So here you seem to be showing how the authority of medicine and science in sort of a privileged place in society allowed Trotter to venture more openly into abolitionist stances. But I kept coming back to whether Trotter was an exception to the rule in reading and rereading your papers. So what makes his role in the Navy unique in creating this, or particularly important in forging his abolitionist stance? And I kept coming back to the passage, the particular passage about the scurvy that you quoted in your paper, and the findings he made about scurvy, for example, are only quote unquote his by the privilege of his circumstances as the doctor on board, because it seems like the enslaved people possess the knowledge about diet that he's observing and then constructing a sort of scientific experiment around. So this, to me, seemed more akin. I'm wondering if you shift a little bit to look at some 19th century cases, to work by people like Deirdre Cooper Owens on scientists working in plantation societies, and what role is science doing there, and how is that influencing maybe his abolitionist stance? But is he the only one coming to these conclusions? What percentage of these Navy doctors are getting there? And then I thought that this built in really interesting ways, actually, with Stephen's paper and his use of Cannon foundries as a case study for state-sponsored industry. This specialized scientific knowledge, as you show, is really hard to come by, and I can't help it, but one wonders if whether Hugh Orr got the job just for his name, or the state furnace in Massachusetts. Fantastic name for a foundry leader. What struck me was how American military and political leaders seem to feel so very behind, both in industry and knowledge, but yet there is some serious investment in this moment. And so I think you're focusing on this sort of presumed failure of a national or a federal foundry, but there is a lot of presumed some success going on here. And that success and failure theme too is another thing that I sort of is one that I think we might grapple with over the next couple of days around like what we consider scientific success and what we consider scientific failure. But then I just wanted to ask, getting into sort of the mechanics of cannon making, I'd love to hear more about that. So what happens if a cannon is made incorrectly and it makes it into the field? Probably not so good. Presumably that's pretty dangerous. And so, presumably that's not a great outcome, and that is playing into maybe some of this interpretation of failure, but a lot of that it's getting there too. So I think I'm going to leave it there and allow each of you to respond either to me or to each other, and then we'll open it up for questions. We have a good chunk of time to hear from our great audience today. You're about to pick up the mic, Steve, but it doesn't matter. We can go in whatever order.
Well, just on the question of cannon, they're proofed at the foundry, and frequently, even the foundries that are succeeding, half the cannons will fail proof. They'll crack, they'll burst, or be problematic. The big problem is when you cast large things, there's large masses of metal, there's a lot of metal shrinkage, and voids form inside the walls of the cannon. Voids form inside the walls of the cannon that you can't see, and if that gets out of the field and it is fired, it will explode and kill your gunners. But most of those were caught before they were sent off to the militia or army. So yeah, it's a very difficult process, and that they didn't. I would say that science didn't get a handle on that metallurgy until the 1830s or 40s, at least as recorded.
Yes, I think that it'd be really productive as you develop this paper further to sort of get into what's failing in science versus what's failing in the political economy moment, and how those two things are influencing each other.
I'll answer you. Okay. I thought those were great suggestions. With the gender and emotions, I tackled that a little bit more in the book project with Eustace and Knott. But I think that's interesting and important too, because on our histories of the emotions in both early America and 18th century in general, for some reason it largely jumps the American Revolution, at least from a military aspect. And so I thought that, I'm not a military historian by training, I'm a colonialist, but I thought that these soldiers' experiences in such a traumatic time was a really interesting petri dish, if you will, to unpack these emotions. So, and going with Rush, J.L. Bell starts his book on suicide with Rush and the American Revolution. So we kind of skip the American Revolution often, when there was this time when 80,000 British and German soldiers invaded America and thousands of French. And so I thought that was important, but I also think it's interesting to frame Rush as a reaction to the revolution, as him thinking about what he'd seen during the revolution and then transitioning into these new public health initiatives, of which there were many at the time. So yeah, I thought those were both excellent suggestions, so thank you very much.
Yeah, some really good questions there, and I think to grapple with first that kind of issue of the appropriation of knowledge, or scientific or indigenous knowledges of nutrition, etc. That is really important, and it is something that Trotter's not acknowledging, and isn't really something that has been acknowledged, until quite recently. Like the degree to which our scientific knowledge was forged in these trying and difficult and exploitative circumstances. I've written a bit more about that on a blog for the Making of Medicine and the Making of Race blog, which is a project run out of the University of London by Katie Murphy. So I've had some time to reflect on that. The question of the way in which, obviously, the tension between science as a tool of empire and then the kind of attempt to articulate or redirect science as a kind of something for the commonwealth or the common good is something that obviously is at play in all these works, when they, people like John Atkins, for example, contemplate the direct implication of Britain and the kind of horrors that they see and the things that are inflicted on other people. So there's a kind of recognition of a kind of universal commonwealth, if you like, of humanity that comes through that British interests or values are at odds with. And I think these doctors are trying to find a way to reorient these ideas of who's included in those categories. Is Trotter an exception? To a degree, yes, I think. There are plenty of many naval surgeons who, came out in support of the trade and wrote manuals just as purely profit-making enterprises to assist the system of slavery. So I guess I find myself thinking also, like, what were the conditions for making these unusual articulations that seem to be in this point of hybridity between something for the commercial and imperial interests of a nation and something which was trying to course correct, trying to grapple with something that many saw in the Navy as being detrimental to British interests, that is, the ending of slavery. So I think his text marks a really interesting inflection point where those two things are at odds. I think the fact that both of the Ramsay and him are Scottish is relevant. They come from a context of British invasion and colonization as themselves, and are then become participant to the empire as workers. The vast majority of naval surgeons, as opposed to army surgeons or the more kind of privileged or prestigious spheres of medicine, the vast majority were Scottish, because they didn't have the means or connections or the reputation to exist within the kind of more privileged spheres of medicine. So they went to sea. And I think there's a kind of, that tension is reflected in Trotter's line of having to go where Britain's cannons roar. I think that's significant. The fact that he's a literary doctor as well, that he starts out as a poet in a tradition of humble and peasant poets in Britain, is also significant, and we can see how that language finds some kind of use in his observations. There's a kind of literariness to it. There's a dramatic dimension to it. It's not just a dry medical text. And the fact that he provides the only instance of someone who is overtly against slavery before he joins a slaving voyage, I think is very reflective of the social and economic dynamics of who works for empire, and what kind of resentments that can bring about as well. So I think those types of things are in play in terms of thinking of him as an exception.
That's great. I think we'll open it up to questions from the audience. Go right over here. Go ahead. And just hold it quite close to your face.
Is that audible?
Yes.
Great. Fabulous presentations to all the panelists. I was very interesting and very well done. My observation and my question is as follows. In England at this time, we're in the period of the early industrial revolution. And there are industrial breakthroughs in many areas, including metal foundry and other technologies. But fundamentally, just as an example, Joseph Priestley's brother-in-law, John Wilkinson, is an iron baron in Birmingham. And he has a contract with the British government to produce cannon. And there is a letter in the collection of the American Philosophical Society from Priestley to Wilkinson castigating him for creating armaments that will injure America, because Priestley, of course, is an American sympathizer. So, the Iron Baron in Birmingham is directly feeling the impact, if you will, of Priestley's pro-American sentiments at the time. But, interestingly, the Industrial Revolution is building machinery that will, in time, abolish the economic need for slavery. That is, machines labor is replacing human labor and animal labor. James Watt is a contemporary of these people. He's inventing a steam engine that will replace the need for many thousands of slaves. And there is machinery being constructed that eventually, we're now in an area, of course, of machine labor that is replacing slave labor. But all these men, all these English industrialists are also, interestingly, abolitionists. Priestley is an abolitionist. Watt is an abolitionist. Wilkinson as well. This entire generation are abolitionists. So the question is, obviously the British have an advantage technologically, but how do you view that as translating into each of your subject matter areas, the Industrial Revolutions driving all of these subject matters?
So the British definitely do have an advantage. Can you see? Okay. You definitely do have an advantage. And this is something I explore more in my book project, is they theoretically have some advantages, but what they run up against in America is a lot of their military advantages go away because of their perceptions of the American environment, and then the soldiers breaking down mind, body, physicality. But, the British, if you just want to look at industrial military complex, have an incredible advantage over the Americans, and I think that, we see that with Stephen's work. But I think sometimes that's theory versus practice. I think we've seen that in America's more recent history. Just because you have a military advantage and an industrial advantage if you're invading another country, as they were in the American Revolution, that can go away pretty quickly or be diminished very quickly. So.
Yeah, I don't have, because my work wasn't so much about kind of industrial technologies, but just a couple of points that maybe link some more threads that you'd be interested in. So the Brooks was a copper-bottom boat, and this would have been copper that was extracted from North Wales, and there was a kind of triangular trade there in miniature of copper extraction from the Paris mine to foundries, etc., who were kind of purifying and turning the copper into various materials. And then it found its way onto Navy ships, which gave them a huge advantage in terms of the durability of the boats, but also their speed. And I know that there's obviously there's a lot of debate about the relationship between the Industrial Revolution and abolition. People are there's the idea, of course, of Eric Williams that it was an economic thing. The abolition only happened because of the Industrial Revolution. But more recent work is kind of showing how actually, a lot of industrialists were using wealth from plantations, etc., to fund industrial enterprises. So it wasn't kind of just a pure relationship. The industrialists weren't always kind of perfect individuals. And one thing that relates to my paper is actually the conditions for abolitionism were mostly helped and created by the fact of Britain's success in the Napoleonic Wars. And in some ways, that was what Trotter contributed to most by absolutely revolutionizing the medical department of the Navy, transforming the way in which Navy men were paid. He eventually petitioned and got them pensions, so people like him wouldn't find themselves in a position where they had to turn to slavery. So, in a way, you can kind of think about it's not just the things that people say, but it's also what they do behind the scenes that can have these impacts beyond what they thought. That's kind of my thoughts on the matter.
Obviously, directly related to what I'm looking at, the short answer is that in literally the heat of the moment of the 5 years of revolution, the American ability to get its hands on the ongoing Industrial Revolution was very limited. So, for example, those cannon that Silas Deane got in France and sent over, the Devalier system, basically the French were getting rid of their old stuff because they were already producing new, better stuff, but they gave us their hand-me-downs. There's also a great Deane story, and so it's the American connection is just after the revolution. So, for example, Foxhall, that Jefferson poaches from Philadelphia to Georgetown, is the one who introduces Wilkinson technology to America, but that's 1794. Silas Deane, you may know, after the revolution was accused of mismanagement, embezzlement, et cetera. He was basically stranded in London because the U.S. wouldn't pay their debts to him for what he had bought. In that time, he befriends James Wilkinson's younger brother, William, who had been sent to France to set up boring technology. And there's a letter, I forget who Deane is writing to, back to someone here saying, I have this great idea. We'll set up a manufactory for cannon. But again, that's late 1780s, early 1790s. So all that happens afterwards. And the other good example is Hugh Orr, the guy who is in charge of the Bridgewater furnace. When that cannon foundry process ends, the next thing he does is he imports Scottish textile workers, which kick off the whole Pawtucket, Blackstone Valley textile revolution, which we point directly to. So it's the next generation.
That's great. We're going to turn to the next question, and then we only have about 4 minutes left, so we'll keep the questions and maybe the responses brief.
So I have a question specifically for Vaughn. In listening to you talk about the possible reasons for suicide in the Army, it occurs to me that that's pretty common. It might apply to the French in Haiti, or the Spanish in South America, or the British in Spain, or the Boer War. even maybe the Romans in Carthage. So I'm curious as to whether you looked at sort of the demographic, the per capita suicide, and whether or not the American Revolution was sort of extraordinarily high or extraordinarily low.
That's a great question, and it's something I grapple with. A couple of reasons, quick. A lot of the suicides went unmentioned. People didn't want to talk about it. I have found, though, especially priests, their record books of life, death, and they list suicides. But I'm not sure. The short answer is I don't know if it's per capita high or low yet. This is part of bringing the American and the French in is part of a larger project. I will say that I found a lot of instances of suicide among especially British and German soldiers. But kind of my line is that the revolution wasn't exceptional and that it was a hellish war. But for the men who experienced it, it felt exceptional, if that makes sense, because they didn't have these other wars to necessarily compare, especially the British and Germans. Most of them had never been, none of the Germans had been to America, and most of the British soldiers hadn't either. And so I don't have a hard number on what the percentage was, but you see, especially from the quote where the guy was seeing all these other soldiers committing suicide, where he's seeing patterns. And so the fact that he mentions that, I think, lends itself to them perceiving at least a high rate of suicide.
I think we have time for one more question. Oh, in the back, we've got one on the internet.
Jeff Appelhans, APS. This question is also for Vaughn, just an extension of that. Is there any evidence of earlier wars being different from the American Revolution? Here I'm thinking more closely like the 7 Years' War, all the way like to Queen Anne's. And was there a difference between British and German suicides versus French? Thanks.
Yeah, another great question. What I would say is way more British and German soldiers invaded America during the Revolution than British soldiers did in the French and Indian War or the 7 Years' War. But I kind of place it as this continuum. But I think that what makes the American Revolution exceptional is just how many people indeed did. And I kind of call it, a lot of these soldiers are part of this rediscovery of America, because you have so many soldiers and the camp followers invading America suddenly, that they're all they have all these journals and they're recording the world around them. So I would say it's definitely exceptional in that way. It's this moment, like I said, I'm not a military historian, but I saw it as this great opportunity, like, okay, all these people suddenly are coming in, and part of that, though, is they're away from home, they're feeling vulnerable for so many reasons, and a lot of them are upset and distressed, and sometimes they feel like the only way to take control of their life is to actually take their own lives. And that's actually something that begins before they ever land in America, with the 3,000-mile trip across the Atlantic. There's a point I make in my book, and I'll stop. We think of them from the American side as when they arrive in America, that's when the war starts. But for them, they'd been at sea for 2 or 3 months, and they'd already been at war. And so by the time they arrive in America, they're already broken in mind, body, and spirit, a lot of them.
You didn't? Yes. That concludes our first panel. Thank you so much. And I will add that we have a 30-minute break. There's coffee and snacks outside. And also, this might be a great time if you want to head across the street, if you can be back by 3 p.m., to check out Philadelphia, the Revolutionary City, about Caddy Corner. It is open till 5 p.m. today.
While you're on break. Number one is the book exhibit that we have in the back of the room, which has some of our recent publications about science, the history of science, including this wonderful volume of Transactions, which is our peer-reviewed quarterly journal. This one is based on women in science. It's a 2-part issue that was based on a previous exhibition and a previous conference. So for those of you who are participating in the conference, we are hoping to have a Transactions volume. So just planting that seed now. And also enjoy the displays on either side of the stage if you'd like to during the break as well. 30 minutes, we'll see you back here. Good afternoon and welcome back to Panel 2, Networks and Scientific Diplomacy. This panel will be chaired by Emily Polly, who is the Walter E. Beach, 56, Professor of Sustainability Studies and Associate Professor of History at Dickinson College, where she teaches environmental history and the history of science. Her first book, The Nature of the Future, Agriculture, Capitalism, and Science in the Antebellum North, came out in 2020. For the last few years, she and fellow historian of science, Alexandra Huey, have been co-organizing a collaborative volume, The Historian's Handbook for Saving the World. It's a really great title. Responding to the climate emergency, with more than 70 other historians. It is forthcoming from MIT in the spring and will be open access. Emily?
Thanks so much for that introduction, and I'm delighted in turn to introduce this fascinating panel on networks and scientific diplomacy. So I'm just going to introduce all our panelists in turn, and then we'll turn it over to them, and then I'll have a brief comment and some questions, and we'll turn it over to you. So you have a responsibility coming. Our first paper is by Mike Gunther. Sorry, paper doesn't do that. Mike Gunther is an associate professor at Grinnell College, where he teaches courses on the history of science, technology, and the environment, and chairs the interdisciplinary program in science, medicine, and society. He's currently working on a book project about the politics of science in the Anglo-Atlantic world of the 18th century, entitled Science and Civic Culture, The Politics of Knowledge in the Age of Improvement. Portions of that research have appeared in various articles that explore topics ranging from the politics of maple sugar, I'm excited about this, to Arctic exploration to intelligence networks in revolutionary London. And his paper is entitled Tale of Two Jacobins, Scientific Networks and Revolutionary Politics in the 1790s. Second, we have Ellen R. Cohn, who is editor-in-chief of the Papers of Benjamin Franklin and senior research scholar in the Department of History at Yale University. She joined the Franklin Papers in 1979 when the team was commencing work on Franklin's diplomatic mission to France, and she has directed the project since 1999. She's written and lectured widely on various aspects of Franklin's views and activities, including science, diplomacy, his literary essays, his musical life, and the private press and type foundry he established in France during the American Revolution. Third, we have Anna Toledano. Anna Toledano works in and on museums. Her academic research focuses on imperial natural history collecting in 18th century Spain and Spanish America. Her most recent publication, Natural Things in Early Modern Worlds, is an illustrated, edited volume on early modern nature studies. Anna is the executive director of Los Altos History Museum in Los Altos, California, and serves as an associate editor of the Journal of the History of Collections. She holds a PhD in the history of science from Stanford University and an MA in museum anthropology from Columbia University. I have to say, I wanted to check to make sure I was audible at the beginning of this, but now I'm going to check in the middle because I forgot to do it at the beginning. Am I audible? Yes. Awesome. All right. Her paper is entitled Shipping and Statecraft, Valentin de Foronda, Guinea Grass, and the Decline of Spanish Colonial Power in the Americas. Jessica Lepler is our last speaker. She's Associate Professor of History at the University of New Hampshire. Her first book, The Many Panics of 1837, People, Politics, and the Creation of a Transatlantic Financial Crisis, which came out from Cambridge in 2013, won the James H. Broussard Best First Book Prize from the Society for Historians of the Early American Republic. With Emily Conroy Krutz, she co-founded Scheer's second book writer's workshop. In 2023 to 2024, she served as Central American Visiting Scholar at Harvard University's David Rockefeller Center for Latin American Studies. Her second book, Canal Dreamers, The Epic Quest to Connect the Atlantic and Pacific in the Age of Revolutions, was published by UNC Press on August 26th in 2025. And her paper is Dreams of Canals and Climate Change, Citizen Science at the End of the Age of Revolutions. Right, Mike?
All right, thank you so much. to the organizations that have sponsored this, the staff that have worked so hard to put this together, and to my fellow panelists and to you, the audience, for being here. I'm really excited to be at today's conference for many reasons, not least the specific focus, thinking about science and society in the age of revolution. And I'm going to look at the political dimensions of that. Let's see. Do you know how the clicker works? Sorry. What's that? There we go. Okay. Thank you. So I want to start my talk the way I started my paper, focusing on a beleaguered John Adams in the fall of 1798, and his correspondence with his Secretary of State, Timothy Pickering, who was just warning of all of these threats emanating from the kind of world of science. He starts off in letters complaining about General Victor Collot, who's leading this naturalist, quote-unquote, expedition through the Western Territories, which is really kind of a secret mission by the French crown to wrest that region into their orbit. Pickering says, while you're at it, why don't we deport Citizen Adet, Pierre Auguste Adet? And I should mention that at the bottom of the slide is the Alien Friends Act, which expires at the ends of Adams' term. You're probably familiar with the Alien Enemies Act that is in the news all the time today, but the Alien Friends Act had been passed that spring and allows the president to deport any aliens of friendly countries for any reasons whatsoever. So he starts making a list. He says, let's round up Adet, who is a disciple of Lavoisier, a famous chemist, but is really enmeshed in the networks right here at the American Philosophical Society of cosmopolitan radicals, French emigres, scientists. He says, while you're at it, I think Joseph Priestley should be deported. So should Thomas Cooper. Yes, I see a thumbs up at the Priestley. So he's got this list of all of these radicals that are kind of conspiring, partly in the world of science, partly in the world of politics, to engage in these kinds of pursuits. And most worrying of all is George Logan. George Logan is a disciple kind of Ben Franklin, trained by him, an American-born scientist, agronomer. And that summer, he heads out with what people thought was a kind of agronomic, kind of scientific expedition to France, but turns out really is meant to be a kind of diplomatic coup, to go to negotiate directly with the French government, which had expelled America's ambassadors kind of de facto by insisting that they pay a bribe in the kind of XYZ affair. And at the top banner here, you see the slogan of the Federalist Party that fall, kind of millions for our defense, not a cent for tribute. And so they're basically, the countries are moving towards war. There's no diplomatic ties. And George Logan, probably sent by Priestley in a day and all of these kinds of figures, is off to France to go negotiate directly with the French Directory. And in that climate, and the last kind of straw, Adams gets word that the French Directory would like to set up closer diplomatic and scientific ties, and so they're planning to send Pierre DuPont to America along with a team of scientists to maybe set up a sister scientific academy somewhere in America. And so Adams pens this letter that I think is really evocative of this moment of a kind of Adams felt besieged by the world of science. And so I'll read it. He says, I shall not be guilty of so much affection to regard to science as to be very willing to grant passports to DuPont de Nemours or any other French philosophers in the present situation of our country. I really begin to think, or rather to suspect, that learned academies, not under the immediate inspection and control of the government, have disorganized the world and are incompatible with social order. Kind of strong words, and I have a cartoon from James Gilray that gets at this view that Adams is not alone in holding, that scientists here kind of portrayed as alchemists in their cabinet of curiosity are dreaming up ethereal visions, that science is providing a cover for this realm of radicals, but more importantly, providing a conduit, networks that kind of allow them to move around the Atlantic way too freely. So that leads to the Logan Act, which I think is one of the more controversial and interesting pieces of legislation in this period of repression. It makes it illegal for citizens. It comes on the heels of George Logan's success. When he comes back, they pass an act that says American citizens cannot, in private capacity, negotiate with governments or petition governments or hold correspondence with governments over policy issues. It's illegal. It's still on the books today and is invoked in political campaigns all the time. But what I'm interested in looking at today and thinking about in my project is the way it draws very bright lines between what it views as legitimate politics, which has to be conditioned by the state and take through normal institutions and channels of the state, versus what it deems illegitimate politics, private affairs, private correspondence, clamping down on what the 18th century would have called, to put it in those terms, politics within doors and politics out of doors. And that's particularly ironic or surprising given how much the American Revolution's success depended on politics out of doors, the world of, whether it's the kind of Sons of Liberties or all these kind of private associations, subscription campaigns, boycotting, just a realm of massive organization that had succeeded in the American Revolution, but by the Federalist view of the 1790s is a dangerous cauldron of democratic politics. Who are these private people? They can vote. Who are these private people to form together as cabals, as organized clubs, to correspond with one another, to create petition campaigns? They should move through the organized democratic channels of voting and of petitioning their administrator, but not on their own. I point out here, you'll see David Rittenhouse on the left, one of the key architects of the Democratic Republican clubs that were formed in the 1790s. And most of the leaders of those clubs had roots in the APS or the roots of science. And the caption shows him talking about, oh, if we only had a government like they have on Saturn. George Logan isn't in here. Yeah, and he gave a speech to the Democratic clubs, basically in that vein, talking about there's a cosmic order. It's very Newtonian kind of Whig, kind of what they would have called physico-theology in the early 18th century, about God created a particular order of the universe, and it extends by a great chain down to the political order that needs to mirror it. But I wanted to point out that while Logan is not in this cartoon, he was one of the co-founders of these Democratic clubs. And I think for today's talk, it's very important. I didn't mention in the paper, but he's the one who sets up the committees of correspondence for these Democratic clubs. It's scientists that know how to set up committees of correspondence and to create kind of networks of connections. So today, what I want to do with my remaining time is to look at, I've brought to you this Logan affair, which I think as historians of science and thinking about science and its connection to revolution is really important to think through. And I want to juxtapose it with a moment that's less well known. I call it kind of a cause célèbre, but this moment in 1792 in Britain where there was a kind of Jacobin mission of James Watt Jr. So this is the son of the steam inventor of fame, and Thomas Cooper. And I'll talk a little bit about them and why they are seen as embolizing the world of science, or epitomizing it, sorry. And I'm going to kind of try to explore how they use scientific networks to engage in the kinds of transnational politics and diplomacy that drove people like Adams, or in this case, Burke, rises to the House of Commons and singles them out and creates a huge national controversy about this mission, which leads to a host of repressive laws that are very similar to what happened in America in the 1790s. So I think these two episodes next to each other can help us kind of think about why science was seen as radical, what was particularly revolutionary about it. And here we have a picture of one of Priestley's sons being presented to the National Assembly. But this idea of, we want to be thinking about the kind of transnational, the cosmopolitan webs of radical politics that come from science and then get mobilized in order for politics here, new kinds of politics. Now, I did mention about the speech here. I'm going to slip through the slide just to say that I could give a talk about the ideological connections between science and politics, and they're there and important. But what I'm more interested in is the politics, and by that I mean the practice. How do people learn to organize projects and to mobilize people and to engage in forms of collective action? I think an age of revolution is both an age of dissent and disagreement, but you have to mobilize people. You have to engage in new kinds of collective action. And the 17th century had lots of rebellions, lots of revolts. I think what separates the age of revolution more is the ability to create new networks, to create new coalitions, to speak across geographic, social, and religious divides. And I feel that looking at the world of science is one place to understand where that came from. So it was mentioned I'm working on a larger project about how several decades worth of creating all these kinds of clubs, library societies, public hospitals, campaigns for street lighting, campaigns for agricultural reform. These are projects where you have to raise money, you have to deal with cantankerous individuals and dissent. If any of you have worked in nonprofit or civic organizations, you know it's difficult to organize, and you also know what it's like to have that training and experience of learning how those skills. And so I'm looking at how scientific activities provide a training ground for new kinds of mobilization, new kinds of politics in that form. So let me focus on this moment in 1792. We have a print here, a satirical print of Joseph Priestley sitting down at the table with Tom Paine. And this was a really tense moment in Britain in the spring of 1792. There's an anxiety over an explosion of clubs and societies that are formed. I think the Home Secretary talks about an indecent tendency to associate, is how he puts it. But they're just forming like mushrooms, all of these clubs. They're often called like societies for political information, the Society for Constitutional Knowledge, or sometimes just patriotic societies. They had many names. But I want to flag, because I'm going to talk a little bit today about how they emphasize this theme of modeling themselves almost on scientific societies, that they're in the business, the knowledge business of information, gathering material, exchanging. They're all about committees of correspondence to connect them to each other. So we have that movement going on. We have the Priestley riots that had happened just the summer before, partly why I show this cartoon, but also to emphasize the growing public perception that rational dissent or non-conforming religion, political radicalism, and science are kind of woven all together in growing ways to the British public. For those that support it, that's a good thing. For those like Burke, who are conservatives that oppose it, it's a dangerous kind of thing. And then you have Tom Paine kind of releasing the rights of man that is just explosive and electrifying at this particular moment here. And I've got a few images. I won't spend a lot of time talking about them. If you're familiar with 1780s Britain, you're familiar with its amazingly rich graphic culture of satirical prints that America doesn't have quite the same. But I think all of these prints get at a very important idea, which is in the spring of 1792, there's this image that you need spectacles, or we have this image of Burke sniffing out Richard Price. On the surface, things are okay. Everyone's kind of, it's moderate reform being proposed. But under the surface, there's a secret cabal working of Jacobins to kind of lay the groundwork to overthrow king and church and country. And so people are primed in the public to imagine that there are these networks, underground networks that need to be sniffed out, which is why this mission, and I'm going to talk about the people involved in it, I think resonated so powerfully, why it became a cause célèbre that people wanted to talk about. And I had mentioned James Watt Jr., I'll just call him Watt from now on, but he really stood as a face of, some of you may have heard of the slide mentions the Lunar Society, so this group of kind of industrialists and reformers and dissenters and scientists that meet in Birmingham. Their children are trained really explicitly to be like the 2.0 version of their adults. So Watt, I talked in the paper about how Watt is sent all around Switzerland, all around Germany, all around France to work and train with all the great scientists of the age. His father knows that networks matter and connections matter, and he's primed to be involved in civic reform and public campaigns. And the same is true with Bolton's kid, with Wedgwood's kid. So I think in a way that we won't remember today, at the time they're seen as like training the next generation to assume this new mantle of civic reform and science. Here. And so I talk about why the public would have seen Watt in a particular way and why he appeared that way to Edmund Burke, why he singled him out in particular. And then I talk in the paper a bit about Watt's role after his training in science, how he immerses himself in the associational life of Manchester, where he goes to settle. Because he's so well connected, he gets appointed to be the secretary of the Manchester Literary and Philosophical Society. And I'm just going to take a moment aside to say the role of the secretaries in these organizations are really important, and the way people move from being a secretary of, like here at the APS, Charles Thompson, secretary of the APS, also secretary of the Continental Congress. Like, you just see these people move because they're the ones that know how to correspond, how to organize people, how to launch projects. And so I think Watt's role at that Manchester institution is really important. While he's there, he starts to meet these circles of scientists and political reformers. I'm going to talk more about a couple of them, Thomas Walker and especially Thomas Cooper, who goes with him to France as well. Yeah. So, and let me just mention, so they're at this scientific society. They decide that they want to go on a mission to France to kind of build social connections, but especially scientific connections. They're going to go meet with Lavoisier and Berthollet and all of these kind of French chemists, because all of the people that you see on the screen here, and Watt Jr. included, are involved in the fustian and other dye trades, bleaching, things like that. And so they show up in texts all the time about the history of science and industry. So they're part of this campaign originally is pitched as kind of like George Logan. They're going to France to build better ties. Part of it's commercial and business oriented, to open up trade between some of the different firms here. But then part of it is always going to be political. They're interested in going to France and to meeting with some of the French leaders of the Girondin faction and later the Jacobin faction, and they're particularly interested in seeing the clubs, the constitutional clubs that become the kind of called the Jacobin clubs in France there. And one of the things I focus a bit on the paper, I'll just say briefly here, is that one of the things I find interesting is why do the Jacobins take these two young British men seriously? And there are lots of other British travelers, fellow travelers, that kind of say that they're friends of liberty and humanity and science, and they show up in France. And they're treated politely, but they're not escorted into the halls of the Jacobin Club and made a public spectacle the way Cooper and Watt would be, and I'll talk about it in a moment. And so I really think it matters who's behind them and who they represent. So they come with letters of introduction from Joseph Priestley. Thomas Cooper, although not remembered today, Burke writes about him a lot. He's seen as the up-and-coming radical. He's seen as Priestley's kind of disciple, kind of blending Reformed religion, science, political radicalism together. And so they arrive in France and are allowed to give an address to the Jacobin Club. Then they turn this into a large public spectacle. They have a festival where they attend as representatives of Britain. All the addresses are printed out in the public. And it becomes this huge thing that's carried in the British press. They're celebrated by reform circles, and Burke has had too much at this point. And so he rises in the House of Commons and figures, I think he realizes this is a perfect wedge issue to divide the country. Like these two radical dissenting scientists off on a secret mission, forming a cabal in France, is exactly the kind of thing I can use to discredit reform in Britain. And so I won't go into all the details, but I will point out that there are just a series of acts being passed. The Treasonable and Seditious Practice Act, the Seditious Meetings Act, Britain has its own Aliens Act. There's a whole kind of repression that falls from it. And like I was kind of mentioning with Logan, a lot of it does revolve around science, and I won't read all the quotes here. In fact, I'll be wrapping up in a second, but this is Thomas Cooper's response when Edmund Burke singles him out and when the Seditious Proclamation comes forward. And I'll just kind of point out the language that's underlined. He says, what is wrong with corresponding with other people? Like, we are building political knowledge. We are building political information. Politics is a science. And there's no reason why clubs in England and clubs in France can't correspond, can't work together, can't form alliances, any more than the Royal Society would be banned from corresponding with Swedish academies or philosophical. And I've noticed increasingly when you look at the language from this time period, people do really pitch most of these clubs as kind of like philosophical academies, as places that are there to build knowledge and exchange and a kind of enlightenment program. So George Logan, just briefly, I'm going to say, kind of paraphrase some of the things I mentioned in the paper, that his mission to France was built on his scientific connections and ties that he had going back to his days in Edinburgh, where he was a doctor, and he was tied into the whole network of John Fothergill and Franklin, and he spent a lot of time in the clubs of Edinburgh and saw them as probably the most worthy thing of his education there. He comes back to America and becomes involved in a really, I think, innovative program that is often forgotten, to create county-level agricultural societies and clubs. He's not as enamored with the big urban elite-run improvement society. He's like, every county needs to have a club. They need to be linked by correspondence. And in his public calls for this, he talks about the civic dimension of this. Wouldn't it be great if every farmer learned how to debate, learned how to have questions, learned how to write letters and start campaigns? And so he kind of embodies all the kind of themes I'm talking about how this kind of promotion of useful knowledge and the politics of science can lay a groundwork for political radicalism. Stent in his home is a really interesting phenomenon of it becoming a kind of salon-like culture. I will put in a plug that they're taking tours, right? The APS has tours, the Revolutionary City on Saturday at 10:30 of Stenton, so you can go see, as the Hamilton musical would say, the room where it happens. You can see Stenton there, but I make the claim in the paper, I will stand by that. I think Logan is one of the most well-connected scientists in America in the 1790s, even though he never shows up in the history of science books, because it's not about his ideas, it's about his connections. He's incredibly connected at Stenton, where he and his wife worked to make ties with French, Swiss, German, Dutch scientists. And I'll end just by saying part of the project that I'm working on now and part of the paper is about mapping out George Logan's networks. How does he, like Cooper and Watt, how does he go to France and how does he get doors open that astonish people like Adams? And luckily, Adams had paid spies, or the American consuls had paid spies following along. So we know a lot more about what he was doing, who he was meeting, how he was working those things than others. And so it's very much a story of these kind of scientific networks mobilized in radical ways. So we'll stop there. Thank you very much.
I apologize for not being in my place at the proper time. We had a little technical issue. Lower the mic. Good? How many of you read the material that was circulated in advance? Aha, a few. That's fine. You will have seen that I did not submit a full paper. What I did was to submit, and the rest of you are welcome to go look at it later if you are so moved. I gave more or less a background framework, an introduction to the particular moment that my paper is going to focus on, which is the period in the fall of 1785 when Benjamin Franklin comes back to America after 9 years in France. Probably all of you know, but I'll just repeat for general purposes that Franklin was sent to France in 1776, sent by Congress to try to win the French government over to the cause of the revolutionaries. And he was, as you know, brilliant and extremely successful, and was so valuable that Congress wouldn't let him come home when the peace treaty was signed. They insisted, over Franklin's protests, that he stay another 2 years. So although the peace treaty was signed in 1783, Franklin wasn't allowed to come home until the summer of 1785, by which time he was really tired, old, discouraged. I might even go so far as to say depressed, but that's another issue. He wasn't sure anybody would remember him. He kind of had this fantasy of if he survived the trip, then when he got home, he would have a richly deserved retirement, playing with his grandchildren and doing science. But that was not to be, because within 24 hours of stepping foot on the quay here in Philadelphia, he was pounced upon by both political parties. There were two vibrant political parties who simply hated one another, and the rhetoric had gotten even more inflamed and difficult as time went on, and the state's government was completely dysfunctional. So everyone begged him to run for the office of what was called president of the Supreme Executive Council, which we can kind of understand as governor of the state. And he does. He wins, and he stays in office for 3 years. Meanwhile, he also, upon returning to Philadelphia, renews his presidency of the APS. So those are the two things that are background for this story. You see on the screen Franklinia altamaha, the famous shrub that John Bartram and his son William discovered on one of their expeditions in Georgia. I'm not going to dwell on this plant, but I want to tell a little bit about the history of its discovery, because that will help me make a point that I think is really important for us to keep in mind. The Bartrams came across this shrub in the late fall. I think it was 1765, I may be wrong about that, but the key point is that they were traveling, I think in October, and they came across a shrub that they didn't recognize. They thought it kind of looked like a gordonia, but they couldn't be sure. Years later, William Bartram, the son, returned to that area, retraced some of their roots, and was lucky enough, by virtue of the time of year that he happened to be there, he was lucky enough to see this shrub in bloom. He was there in the middle of the summer. Franklinias bloom in mid to late summer. So eventually, he was able to gather seeds, bring them back to his family botanic garden, propagate them, and the Bartrams were able to study this plant throughout its entire life cycle. And it was only through that close observation that they realized that this was something that they felt quite sure was different. It deserved a genus of its own. And that's why it, in fact, remains in a class of its own. There is only one Franklinia, and that is Franklinia altamaha. This thing. I owe my knowledge of this slide to Patrick Spiro, who used it a couple of years ago on this podium. It's in the library of the APS. I hope you'll agree with me that it's absolutely fantastic. This is a drawing of a field naturalist. Patrick wasn't quite sure who it was, might be Michaud, might not. What I want to stress is that identifying plants in the field is really, really difficult. I grew up in a family of bird watchers. As a child, I would go around with my parents, and I'm nearsighted. Spotting birds is hard for me. They flit around, they hide behind foliage. If you spot them, you're lucky, and you're even more lucky if you can afford a pair of really good quality field glasses. To me, identifying birds is difficult. And years ago, I assumed plants, I'm a gardener, they're easy. They don't go anywhere. They stay just where they are. They're rooted to the ground. So What's so difficult? The problem is that, as any of you know who are botanists, a plant cannot be identified truly, scientifically, unless it's observed throughout its entire life cycle. A cardinal, once it reached maturity, looks pretty much the same. It lives out its life, it's red, you can understand it. Plants, when they grow, the leaves can change. If you see a seedling, the leaf will very likely look very different from the way the leaf will look when it's mature, some number of months later. The stems can change. Even on the same plant, as I discovered last year, a stem can be different in the lower portion than on the upper portion. All of these characteristics are essential in trying to identify one species from another. So barks of trees will change the older they get and so on. So if you come across in the wild a immature plant or even a fully developed plant, unless you see it when there are flowers and when you can examine the seeds, chances are you're not going to be able to give a positive identification. Now, add to that the fact that in the 18th century, naming plants was pretty much a hodgepodge. People gave names to plants in their local areas, and their neighbors knew what they were talking about. Once explorers start bringing back to London, say, samples of botanical specimens from all over the world, the problem is, what do you call them? And different people call them different things. So there was no common nomenclature, and a very typical thing to do for a certain class of scientists who wanted to appear serious and therefore wrote in Latin, they would give very long descriptive names that went on for 1 or 2 lines. I mean, let's see, oak, whose leaves are moderately serrated, and which grows in a damp environment. That would be the way a plant, a tree, could be recorded in a catalog. It doesn't tell us a lot. People in France couldn't understand what those plants were in America that were being described in such ways, and so on. You get the idea. It was chaos. And out of this chaos, of course, the man who organized everything was Carl Linnaeus, who in the 1750s did the massive project of codifying everything and creating a system of binomial names, genus and species, Homo sapiens. Linnaeus went farther than that in organizing the universe of natural history by, in the plant world anyway, delineating 24 classes. And he did this by the sexual properties of the flowers. So class number 1, Monandria, I think, are plants with flowers that have only one stamen. So in order to identify something by his system, you have to know how many stamens are in the flower. His system was controversial, but in time it became universally adopted because the more people bought into it, the easier communication within a country and transnationally. The story I want to tell today has its point of departure when Benjamin Franklin comes back to America, as I said. This is a portrait painted by Peale, maybe in 1785. We're still not exactly sure. If anybody knows definitively, I'd like to hear about it. On December 5th, 1785, Franklin had already been home for several months. He was elected president of Pennsylvania in October. He was immediately reinstated as president of the APS. All this took place in September. Now, October, November, December, 3 months later, he receives a letter from somebody he had known years earlier, a cousin of John Bartram's named Humphrey Marshall. And Marshall writes this very long letter congratulating him on his election as president. He's a little late. And in fact, that congratulations is pretty much a pretense, because the body of the letter is a pitch for Franklin to help him realize his dream of organizing what Patrick Spiro has written so eloquently about, expeditions to explore unknown natural phenomenon in North America. Humphrey Marshall wants to do that in 1785, and he cannot get one person interested in that mission. In the spring of '85, he applied to the APS, turned down flat, not interested. He went to other organizations and got the same response. So the bulk of his letter to Benjamin Franklin is, I've got this idea, would you use your influence to help me get funding? This is a very, very important thing to do. North America is filled with plants that are as yet unidentified, unnamed, and so on. Improperly described is something else he said. At the end of that long letter, he closes by saying, I've ordered my nephew, Moses Marshall, who was one of the people he wanted to send on this expedition. I've ordered my nephew, Moses Marshall, to present you with one of my catalogs of the forest trees and shrubs of our 13 United States, which I hope you'll accept and excuse any errors and imperfections you may observe therein. Okay, I'm so excited about telling you the background that I am going to have to whiz through the meat of the matter. For the entire year of 1785, Humphrey Marshall had been working on this catalog. Once again, he went to various organizations for help in financing its printing, and he was turned down. Nobody had any money. There were two things. People were not interested in botany, and also it was a period when money was scarce. The person who was his champion in this was Samuel Vaughan, also a member of the APS. Vaughan understood the importance of what Marshall had done. He tried to get various organizations, including the APS, to finance it, nothing doing. He then put ads in the newspaper, which ran for 3 months every week, trying to get subscribers. It was such a failure that I think Vaughan ended up subsidizing the entire project by himself. The subscription proposal said, as the title page reflects, this is an alphabetical catalog and botanical description of the forest, trees, shrubs, etc., which are natives of the United States, arranged according to the Linnaean system, with the English names also annexed, and an account of their appearance and various other things, with proper indexes, the whole compiled from actual observation by Humphrey Marshall. Now, this is the dedication page. Don't take it at face value. It's dedicated to the officers of the APS, none of whom helped him. When he wrote his letter to Benjamin Franklin, asking him to try to help get the APS interested in his project, I think it was at that point that he may have said to the printer, would you make a dedication page? Maybe that'll help me. The fact is that within, I think, 2 days of Franklin getting Marshall's letter and talking to Marshall's nephew, who delivered it, all of a sudden, inexplicably, in the minutes of the APS, you will find that the American Philosophical Society subscribed for 40 copies. My contention is that Franklin was responsible, that he, more than anyone else, understood the importance of what Marshall had done. And what I've done, and will just skim through now, is to compare Marshall's catalog with every other catalog that had come before it in the United States. I'm going to save these for later and come back to them. The Bartrams sent out seed lists, which they called catalogs. All of them were handwritten. Each one of them was different. This happens to be one from 1784, but they began in the 1750s. John Bartram, by his own admission, was not a scientist. He was a very eager, attentive, observant naturalist. But although he tried to use Linnaean names, he didn't succeed all the time, and the names in these catalogs are a little bit all over the place. Franklin in France fostered, during the war, encouraged the Bartrams to restart their business in sending seeds to Europe. And one of the ways he did this, maybe some of you know this, he had the Bartrams print a catalog of everything that they could offer. There are very few of them, and this is one. And then Franklin in Paris had it translated into French and circulated it. This created a huge amount of business for the Bartrams, and also Humphrey Marshall, who collaborated with them in the seed trade. I show you this just because it's so gorgeous, to give you an idea that in France as well as in England, there was a tremendous interest in gardening, plants, and botany. Quickly, who were Bartram and Marshall's competitors? There's a man named John Young, also from Philadelphia, and Young has a history which ends up putting him, although he began as a student of Bartram's, they ended up being competitors. John Young made an arrangement with the premier nursery seed company in Paris, who had him send over a list of what he could provide, and they published it in 1783. Franklin was still in France. This was the same time he got the Bartrams to send him his catalog. And here is a title page. There's only one of these known. They're very rare. Young's botanical knowledge was really primitive. So this is created more confusion than it solved. And a lot of people who looked at his catalog went back to the Bartram's list to see what it was that they could order. The other person who tried to be a botanist in early America was Manasseh Cutler in Boston. He submitted this paper to the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. It professes to fill the shameful gap in botanical knowledge in America, and he talks about how little there is known. But he too falls short, really dramatically short. And the names that he gives things and the descriptions of plants that he has discovered become, to some degree, laughable when you look at them closely. The order of his plants is also pretty much incomprehensible. So I want to quickly point out to you the highlights of Humphrey Marshall's catalog that Benjamin Franklin thought was such a major contribution. First, as he said, according to the Linnaean system, what Marshall did for people across America was to actually simplify a Linnaean system and publish it at the beginning of the catalog. It's great. And he did it in English. Number two, he arranged them alphabetically. Now, we might take that for granted, but no one had ever done that before. Alphabetically by genus. Acer are maple trees, they come first. Here is his description of the Franklinia. It was the first description of the Franklinia that was ever published, and so he's known for that. Also, as he said on the title page, an index. No other compilation of plant names or descriptions of plants had ever before been indexed. And he made an index of Latin names, and Samuel Vaughan insisted, which was brilliant, that they also include an index of English language names too, so that this could be useful for anyone in the English-speaking world. And now, may I read a short? We have less than 20 minutes for each for the next two speakers. Okay. Then, what I will simply do is thank you very much for your attention and tell you that in 1787, during the Constitutional Convention, Manasseh Cutler himself came to Philadelphia, spent an entire day in Franklin's home. Franklin showed him his library, and they took off the shelf an enormous volume of Linnaeus's most recent compilation with full plates and everything. They pored over it for hours, and Franklin said to him that he himself was not a botanist, but he always wished that he had studied it. What did Franklin do with Humphrey Marshall's catalog? It didn't sell well in America, but he sent copies to Philosophe and the royal gardens in France. 4 copies that we know of, probably more. Within a year, Humphrey Marshall's catalog was translated into French, translated into German, and the whole field of American botany was opened up to Europe. Thank you.
This thing on? Thank you all so much for having me. It is a pleasure to be here. I was realizing I hadn't been back to Philly since 2018, which is wild for me as an East Coaster. So it's wonderful to be here. And I also am, have to peep the exhibit because we're doing an America's 250th show at my museum too, coming up next year. So trying to, get some ideas from all of these revolutionary talks. This is a very in progress paper story for me. As happens, this was supposed to be the 5th chapter of my dissertation, but then of course it became 4 chapters and this was like a coda because it didn't, I had to graduate and it had to be done. I always wanted to come here and do more research, so that was part of what I did yesterday. I appreciate any workshopping you might be able to offer. So it's very much in progress. A huge element of moving this along was coming here, actually. So I'm going to be taking us to a period after the American Revolution and before the Mexican one. We're going to keep going on plants, actually. The story started with me finding a document on a royal decree from Charles IV, who was King of Spain at the time in the early 1800s, and he wanted guinea grass. There were many different valences that guinea grass had. It was in botanical significance. It was an old world plant, now known as Megathyrsus maximus, that came to the Caribbean, invaded along with slave ships and the colonists who were coming. They brought the seeds along with them. So it had an economic valence for the Spanish colonists because they used it for cattle feed. But it also had a cultural significance, weaving material for the enslaved laborers, a reminder of West Africa. It was a very useful plant. And it also had this strategic significance, which the royal order from Charles IV was requesting a bushel of guinea grass. And it also ended up being strategic for the United States because shipping this guinea grass from Cuba via the United States was a perfect vehicle for U.S. ships to enter Spanish territories. In comes Valentin de Foronda. He responded to this request for guinea grass. He was from Spain. He was Basque, from Basque Country, born in Vitoria in 1751. And he was the Spanish consul general and charge d'affaires in Philadelphia from 1802 to 1809. He was really in the orbit of everybody who was here. He was an economist, so he made an economic argument for independence rather than a moral one, which was kind of interesting. We'll come to that in a bit. And he was an APS member, which was why I really wanted to come here. He was elected in 1802. He was a friend of Jefferson. He corresponded with him about all sorts of different scientific topics. And he corresponded with Madison, who never replied to him, but that's fine. He was a prolific translator of French and German works on science to Spanish. He wrote on taxation, policing, meteorology, chemistry, vaccination. Actually, I found a really nice document in the archive yesterday that was like, vaccines work, so okay. That he sent from Spain, which he was like, I'm very excited to report this. Please share this at your next meeting. So the official his official duties, he was really on the side of the Spanish. He was a classic imperial agent, but oddly, he was the first that the historiography claims that he's the first Spanish agent to say maybe there's an economic reason for us not to have our colonies anymore. And this is the front page from the APS collection of this pamphlet that he wrote, which he actually wrote anonymously, even though it's I'm trying to figure it out, because when I found it in the archive, he definitely submitted it and they knew he did it in 1804, but he published it under a pen name, Mr. Defer, so I don't know. I have to look more into that if anyone has any ideas. But he's not entirely, so anonymous pamphlet, revolutionary idea, Spain give up her colonies voluntarily. But he's not entirely unimperial. He wants to take over Portugal. He says we shouldn't have colonies at a distance. They're really hard to take care of. Let's just, become a peninsular kingdom, which was a very interesting revolutionary view. But he also had his day job and had to comply with the royal request for guinea grass. This is a letter of his that I found while I was doing my research for my dissertation at the Archivo General de Indias in Seville, which was how I found out he existed. This one letter was in a whole kind of assortment of shipping of animals, plants, fossils. I was looking at how to reconstruct these objects of science that don't exist anymore, that had all these transits and were collected. And then I found this curious letter from Foronda. He's writing in the enclosed, he claims, were 20 bottles of guinea grass seeds from Cuba that were destined for Spain via Philadelphia from him. And in the letter, he is talking, he's writing it to the Spanish Secretary of State, Miguel Caetano de Soler Rabasa, and he's saying, well, I'm really worried about the U.S. influence in the Spanish Caribbean, especially Cuba. He's taking advantage of the opportunity, his own words, that the guinea grass provided to get the attention of the Spanish Secretary of State. And within that, he also includes this list of ships that were going through different ports. So he has Spanish ships on the left and American ships on the right. And then you can see Boston, Newport, New York, Philadelphia. And so this is all intelligence he's collecting while he's in Philadelphia. And he's saying, this is from the first 5 months of 1803. The Americans' 58 ships were far outstripping the Spanish 29, showing that Spain was losing its hold on Florida and other areas that they formerly controlled. So if the United States' dominance in that region went uncontested, Foronda stressed, this is my translation of his words, Spain's commerce will die of consumption and these American men will get rich at the expense of the Spanish, just as clandestine commerce will increase in the light of day if it is true that France has ceded Louisiana to the United States. So Foronda's arguing that the power lay with the Spanish to prevent this sort of takeover. He's warning Caetano Soler, again my translation, that these states are the center of smuggling, that these are the true authorized ports, and the worst is that this smuggling is financed and supported by our colonies. For example, the governor of Puerto Rico continued to permit the United States ships to deliver flour there. Foronda suggests, wouldn't it be better for Spain to be given advance notice of such needs so that merchants can come to their aid, rather than come here to the U.S. to make Americans richer? He was lamenting this and his fellow consuls' worthless attempts to curtail all of this subversion of Spanish control, but U.S. laws are lawlessness in his eyes, stymied their efforts. Again, in my translation of him, there are purchases, there are transfers of ships, there are imaginary sales, there are imbroglios without end. But the irony of it all is that Foronda's letter had to pass through Havana before it reached Caetano Soler in Spain. So the middleman, the Captain General of Cuba, didn't mention any of Foronda's alarm regarding the maritime encroachment in the United States in his enclosure. His focus was solely on guinea grass, and it was ignoring really the more urgent subject in Foronda's dispatch, in my opinion. And now a little taste of what I found yesterday in the archive. One of my questions a question of research practice really while I was doing my work was, why is there very little English language scholarship written about Foronda? Where are his archives and in which languages? There's a ton of digitized online letters with his correspondence with in the Library of Congress with Jefferson, his unresponded, the sad letters to Madison while Madison was president, him not saying anything. But he always wrote in Spanish. His English was not very good, supposedly. Jefferson would write to him in English, and then Foronda would write back in Spanish. In the manuscripts I took out yesterday, there are some handwritten contemporary translations of his letters, even though Foronda also wrote lots of translations, not too many into English. But the correspondence I looked at yesterday, he was corresponding with John Vaughan, and putting his items into the library here. He says, John Vaughan, you need to be my mouthpiece to the governing body, the APS, because my interpreter, because I'm so sorry to be writing to you in Spanish, but I really need your help. But I think he had more knowledge of English than he let on, because this that I found yesterday was a very interesting pamphlet concerning the English and Spanish languages, where he uses it. It's not just a explanation of English versus Spanish, but he uses it as a mechanism, a political mechanism. So in this page that I include here, he's giving examples of like the English illegally board the Spanish ships, and then he compares that, and he's like, but in English it's written like this, in Spanish it's written like this, but it's actually not. It's just him showing the other two perspectives of the different empires, which I thought was impressively witty, actually. So I think his modesty about his English is a little bit, I'm not so sure about that. But I can definitely see how the way the archives have been stored, with having Spanish language stuff here, it limits the, it's very difficult for a lot of Spanish language scholars to get to the United States to do research. It's one of the things that I think about a lot when I'm doing my work, and wonder about the language and translation of science as time goes on. I think there's something to pursue here. So to sum up, this is the irony of imperial science, which I guess we've seen in many of the presentations today, is really, the Spanish had the goal of owning all the natural wealth in their colonies. They wanted that guinea grass. They wanted all of these different objects, all these different species of plants, economic botany, animals. They would send out their loyal agents like Foronda to collect these specimens and ship them home. But the reality was that these agents were influenced by local perspectives. And the result really is that this very system designed to strengthen the empire contributed to its decline. This shipping, this infrastructure, this movement of objects of science actually contributed to the fraying of the empire. I'm arguing from this evidence that I found. So thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions.
I get to stretch, so let's make sure that you can hear me. You can hear me, right? Yay! Okay. So I want to thank everybody for making this possible and bringing me to this conference. I feel a bit like an interloper, as I'm not really a historian of science. And if Anna's project was ongoing yesterday, my project's done. So less than a month ago, UNC Press published my second book. Yay! Thank you. It's entitled Canal Dreamers, the Epic Quest to Connect the Atlantic and Pacific in the Age of Revolutions. And it tells the story of the 1820s race to build an interoceanic canal through Central America. It makes lots of arguments, but given the subject of this conference, I want to focus today on how 1820s canal dreamers envisioned the environmental ramifications of connecting the oceans. This story requires the broader context of my bigger project, like so many bigger projects we've heard about today. So I'm going to start with an overview of my book's subject and then focus in on a peculiar case of 1820s citizen science. So let's try this out. Since at least Christopher Columbus's voyages of the 1490s, Europeans sought a water-based shortcut to Asia. More than 3 centuries later, at the dawn of the 1820s, as Spain's American empire collapsed and new canals reconfigured economic life in the US and Great Britain, the idea of an artificial waterway wedding the Atlantic Oceans captured the imaginations of philosophers like Jeremy Bentham, political leaders like DeWitt Clinton, John Quincy Adams, Manuel Jose Arce, and Cecilia del Valle, as well as legions of capitalists from multiple continents, and here is British speculator John Diston Powell's. Every world or hemispheric map canal dreamers looked at seemed to suggest a predestined global shortcut. Squint, and the isthmus between North and South America disappeared. The construction of an interoceanic canal looked that easy. As one newspaper argued, the immense advantage arising from such an undertaking is apparent to everyone who looks at a map of the world. Western cartographic traditions that centered the isthmus led one author to command, "Let the reader cast his eye upon the map and behold its important geographic position. This isthmus appears to be the favored spot, destined by nature to be the heart of the commerce of the world." Central America was like a giant X at the middle of the map, a natural treasure just waiting to be dug up. But the isthmus was also an X when it came to information. To most foreigners, Central America was terra incognita. In the early 1810s, explorer Alexander von Humboldt proposed 9 potential interoceanic canal routes without having visited most of them. He never traveled to Central America. Other armchair pontificators narrowed these choices down to 3: the Mexican route through Tehuantepec, the Panama route through what was then Gran Colombia, and the Nicaraguan route, which involved traveling up the San Juan River, across Lake Nicaragua, and then a short cut through the rainforests on the western side. But it didn't show up. There it is. They goes up the river, across the lake, and then they imagine cutting through. 1820s canal dreamers generally favored the Nicaragua route for reasons relating to diplomacy and topography, and from a distance, it seemed the most doable because there was already so much water there. The river, lake, and narrow land that could become water appeared to be a barely buried treasure that would require very little digging. The question was not if a canal would be built, but by whom. Leaders of countries and commanders of capital had to determine who was sovereign over this aqueous land to negotiate treaties, contracts, or both. The indigenous Miskitu Nation and the tribute-paying neighboring Rama Nation, whose homeland included the river, maintained on-the-ground power over much of the Caribbean side of the isthmus. But foreigners did not recognize their sovereignty. Few agents of capitalists or countries traveled to the route to negotiate. Instead, they raced to Guatemala City, the capital of the still-forming Central American Republic. Guatemala City was hard to get to in the 1820s, and for those unacclimated to the tropics, it could be lethal. For example, the first 2 US diplomats sent to Guatemala died en route. Nevertheless, by the mid-1820s, the newly independent and previously isolated capital was overrun with foreigners eager to invest in infrastructure. One visitor noted there were more European strangers, not Spaniards, visited Guatemala in 1825 than had been there from the conquest of Mexico. But by 1825, the age of revolutions had been raging for nearly half a century. The timing was terrible. Canal dreams arrived too late to be fulfilled. Too late, you say? I mean, didn't the Panama Canal get built in 1914, nearly a century later? From our 21st century perspective, it might seem like it should be too early, right? That all of this is happening too early. But we think about digging a tropical canal without mosquito nets or steam shovels as really a crazy idea. But we don't know what possible inventions they could have made in the 1820s if they actually tried. A civil war in Central America, a financial crisis in Britain, and the rise of partisanship in the United States prevented any construction crew from testing the limits of 1820s ingenuity. Canal dreams never had the chance to be technologically impossible because the political and financial context changed between idea and implementation. Too late, canal dreamers demanded capital from saturated markets that were already turning to coal and cotton. They sought cosmopolitan fluidity from solidifying nation states and depended on personal patronage as new political parties formed. And they imagined an investment in water when empires craved land. Even the water itself ebbed and flowed with an untamed seasonality ignored by would-be investors who did not conceptualize the re-engineering of the landscape as environmentally destructive. Plagued by timing troubles, as granular as the water cycle and as grand as political revolution, the canal turned out to be eminently dreamable, but entirely undoable, even for some of the world's most powerful people. The interoceanic waterway proved, frankly, too revolutionary for the age of revolutions. Historians often suggest that the Declaration of Independence launched the age of revolutions, but the era's end is much more murky. The timing of the 1820s Canal Quest teaches us about how, when, and the remarkable pace at which this era ended. And in the summer of 1825, as the Declaration of Independence approached its semi-centennial, Canal Dreams launched a historically interesting newspaper debate over the likely consequences of connecting the world's oceans. Envisioning an interoceanic canal as the culmination of the age of revolutions, most dreamers focused on potential financial and political profit. For Isaiah Duane, however, the waterway's imagined effects ranged beyond these considerations, far beyond. Born into a prominent New England family, Captain Duane earned a reputation as a daring naval hero in the War of 1812. And after the war, he struggled to find his peacetime place. A land speculator in Indiana in the early 1820s, he lost his first wife, who was a Philadelphian. By April of 1825, he was in Washington trying to get a job as a federal ship captain. Reading nearly daily articles on canal plans in the National Journal, Duane's thoughts drifted to the potential environmental effect of constructing an interoceanic waterway. He composed his ideas in provocative prose in a letter to A.B. Woodward, who was a territorial judge and a founder of both the University of Michigan and the Agricultural Society of Middle Florida, which I don't think existed much past 1825. University of Michigan, though, that's still going strong. In the spring of 1825, the Washington-based National Journal offered nearly daily reporting on interoceanic canal plans. Duane complained that in the paper, the importance of this great work is but slightly touched on, whereas previous writers had mostly considered the shorter route to Asia as the chief effect of the canal. Duane confessed, "My ideas on the subject go beyond these considerations." So what were Duane's ideas? Citing the British explorer Captain Cook, Duane asserted that the waters of the Atlantic Ocean were 19.5 feet higher than the Pacific. All right, I'll let that sink in. He thinks the waters of the Atlantic Ocean are almost 20 feet higher than the waters of the Pacific. We now know, like, sea level is sea level, right? But not in his mind. A topic of debate among scientific thinkers, Humboldt described the idea of the seas as anything but level as a, quote, vulgar opinion, derived from ancient texts. But the era's technology could not yet measure the relative heights of the oceans. In Duane's view, this height differential and the isthmus between the American continents that separated the oceans, that's what kept the Gulf Stream churning. When this canal is opened, he imagined, the rush of water into the Pacific will be immense. It will cut away the land, creating a passage for itself equal in magnitude to the Straits of Gibraltar, which of course separated Europe from North Africa. Ships would pass easily between the seas. But there was more to Duane's vision. It follows, of course, he asserted, that all those places on the Atlantic side of the continent will reclaim from the ocean all banks that have 19 feet of water thereon. In other words, sea level along the eastern seaboard would drop, and this would have the anticipated beneficial effect of eliminating dangerous shoals along the coast. The Gulf Stream, he exclaimed, will be done away, navigation rendered safe and easy. There would be no more shipwrecks along the Florida Reef, and travel to Cuba would be fast. Moreover, the sea level drop would feed the hungry United States with new land along its Atlantic Ocean and Gulf of Mexico coastline. Bye-bye beachfront houses. There's a new beachfront, right? But these are minor considerations to what I am now coming at, he transitioned. Duane's next prediction, the Mississippi River would suddenly gain a deep and safe mouth, and its unproductive and unhealthy marshes would be drained. Reclaim thousands of acres from the ocean, he projected, and make the states of Mississippi and Louisiana high and healthy. Meanwhile, a change in the winds would chill Cuba's climate, producing the same severe frost and ice that prevented coffee from growing in New Orleans. So, for Duane, the human action of cutting through the isthmus would produce enormous environmental change in terms of air, land, and water. Calling for the US government to accelerate its entry in the canal race, Duane closed his letter to Woodward, and Woodward penned his reply to Duane the same day. The Floridian judge suggested that the water differential, it might be smaller, perhaps only as little as 5 feet, and he was less optimistic about what benefits a fall in sea level might produce. I would anticipate severe deleterious sickness in the first instance, he opined, gradually succeeded by the consequences you mentioned, and eventually healthiness. He was willing to consider the destruction of the Atlantic Ocean's currents, but he thought that these effects might be diminished by the choice of route. If the operation should be conducted through the Lake Nicaragua, he wrote, perhaps the effects and results as relates to physical changes would be greatly reduced. With a plea for a canal through Florida, he closed his letter. And without wasting a moment, Woodward sent both letters to the National Journal. Duane's letter was printed on April 28th and Woodward's reply on April 29th. So here we have a theory of human-created climate change and a short reply advocating the Nicaragua route that begins their circulation through US newspapers. First printed in Washington in April, the pair of letters made their way to Boston by early May. Along the way, Duane's letter was translated into German and Reading, and then the responses started pouring in, arguing that the sea level differential had often been urged as a reason for not constructing an interoceanic canal. One response praised Duane's positive reframing, but suggested that the draining might produce ugly shoals, new ugly shoals. Newspapers around the country reprinted this critique and wrote others, which were themselves reprinted. Some responses critiqued the science behind Duane's suggestions. The contrarian Richmond Inquirer questioned whether the Pacific might not be higher than the Atlantic. This, too, it argued, would produce a marine revolution of a contrary and less beneficial effect than if the Atlantic was higher than the Pacific. Sure, they don't want their houses underwater. Sea level rise might be bad. Concerned by the uncertainty of a potential rise in sea level, the article asserted, no time should be lost in ascertaining this important point of altitude. Even more critical, a lengthy article written for a Salem, Massachusetts paper encouraged readers to rethink Duane's math. If the Atlantic were 19 feet higher than the Pacific, the sea level would drop by only half the distance, or 9.5 feet. Even this smaller drop in sea level, the author suggested, would have cataclysmic short-term results. Until the water leveled off over several years, the canal might be, quote, no more navigable than the Falls of Niagara. Predicting that the longed-for waterway would temporarily be a waterfall, this critic favored the Nicaragua route, which was removed from the Gulf Stream and therefore would likely not interfere with it. But whatever the canal's location, the critic argued that humans lacked the power to produce such massive global change. It is certain, the critic asserted, that it is not in the power of art to change the Gulf Stream any more than it is to change the trade winds. Only a great convulsion, like the biblical flood, could have created the ocean currents, and only a similar force could make a deep enough cut through the continents to channel the Gulf Stream to the Pacific. In which case, he ridiculed, would not the southern part of the American continents float away or tip over? The fanciful imagery of a continent adrift implied that only God could stop the Gulf Stream's gyre. I do not know who Mr. Duane or Judge Woodward are, the Massachusetts author concluded, suggesting that both needed to understand that no canal was going to alter the divinely ordered environment. Others agreed. It is not within the reach of human power to disturb the economy of nature's realm. Condemning Duane's notion of human-caused climate change did not preclude supporting the construction of an interoceanic canal. One such critic explained, almost every great and brilliant enterprise has to encounter the ridicule and the opposition of the weak, the timid, and the selfish all over the world. Believing the art of building a canal could have environmental effects, Woodward and Duane were cast as starry-eyed dreamers. But with the same ink, critics who condemned the idea that humans could transform nature spread the dream of an economically and politically transformative canal. I'm going to skip that one. But the ink was what mattered. As more and more newspapers printed and reprinted first the coupled letters and then their many critiques, the idea of a transatlantic canal approached the status of a fait accompli. Speculations about the potential waterway's effects on the Gulf Stream were carried by the current of newspapers to the public in every corner of the nation, from Illinois to Arkansas, well into the summer of 1825. The high tide mark of 1820's U.S. popular support for an interoceanic canal, Duane's theory enjoyed a long news cycle and spread canal dreams across the country. The fact that these canal dreams did not come true is, in my mind, not as important as the fact that they were dreamed at all. The citizen science about the potential effects of a waterway between the Atlantic and Pacific would prompt research. The act of dreaming was itself a historical force. It is hard for historians to see the significance of something unbuilt. We tend to truck less in undoable dreams and more in the definitively done. The Panama Canal incontestably made history, but could history also be made of imagined waterways? I think so. My book, then, is not a history of failure. The 1820s quest for a canal only looked like failure from the perspective of dreamers like Duane and Woodward. For others, the dream of a canal could be a nightmare. To the rural Nicaraguans who inhabited the land that would become water, the Rama men and women who lived along the river, and the sharks who swam up from the salty Caribbean to the freshwater lake, not turning their homelands and home waters into the world's waterway, was a victory. My book tells the story of how the powerful can sometimes prove mercifully incapable of accomplishing what they believe to be predestined. If we escape the false binary of success and failure and instead take our cue from Columbus's unfulfilled quest, we need not squint to see the historical power of unrealized dreams. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Excellent. Okay. It was a great joy to read and then hear these papers by our distinguished panelists, and it's a reminder for me how far the historiographical conversation about the politics of science and the politics of science and the politics of natural history, I felt in particular, has come, right? We've moved so far past characterizations of science as innately apolitical. But we've also moved past characterizations, particularly I see this in natural history, less so in pneumatic chemistry, past characterizations of natural history networks as kind of simple tools of imperial inventory that straightforwardly extend the power of the metropole. Right? Imperial inventory appears in these papers, but they also provide this really much more textured and complicated vision of the relation between science and politics. So Dr. Cohen's paper, and partly I'm referring to the written paper here, begins in the 1780s with Franklin, whose diplomatic pull famously drew on his scientific reputation and built on his scientific networks. And she shows how Franklin, with Humphrey Marshall, does the work of kind of reconnecting commercial botanical networks that the revolution had disrupted. And that they did so actually using a commercial inventory, not an inventory for the state, right? That actually this is not the same, this is not the state's vision. Dr. Gunther's paper in the 1790s, one of the things I appreciated is he helps us see that President Adams' fear of the politics of science was justified. Yes, it was right. Scientists like Cooper and George Logan were genuinely attempting to overthrow things and disrupt politics. That was what they were going for, right? It feels like those cartoons should be lies. And the devil, I think, was not really involved. But they do have radical political aims. It's true, right? They hope that scientific societies would offer a model for political societies and spread new politics. And they are also using their networks really intentionally. And far from acting for a unified state, they use their networks to negotiate peace beyond the diplomatic reach of actual state authority. So Logan is using the same tools as Franklin for the same purpose with a very different effect and relationship to the state. Dr. Toledano's paper, the broader paper and the spoken paper, right, shows naturalists from the metropole who are sent to extend the power of the crown, classical inventory, but who are captured by and participate in a fundamentally Creole science, a science that was capable of considering dynamic living things in context. And in the case of Ferranda, she shows naturalists participating in a Creole politics, right? Ferranda uses his networks to move, or to attempt to move, not just guinea grass, but ideas of independence. He uses his powers of observation on ships to make his case. Dr. Lepler's paper shows us contenders for political office, more in the written paper, whose whole function depends on contested natural features. She goes beyond the idea of imperial inventory in a different way. Imperial inventory describes landscapes that exist, and all of her theorizers are describing a landscape that does not exist and is not going to exist, right? Or from now, we can say it does not exist. So they are debating the potential cataclysms that might accompany an interoceanic canal, right? A landscape that would be created through politics and investment. And this is a sort of early debate about the Anthropocene, like an acknowledgement of the power of politics to reshape the natural world, or rejection of that power. I've written a few questions. I'm actually going to limit myself to one, and it's a question for all the panelists. And this is just a kind of nerdy history of science question, but I feel this is a nerdy history of science audience, so I'm cool with that. I was really heartened by how many people were like, yes, Bartram. Great. All of these papers, right, they predate, Jess's paper kind of goes a little farther, but mostly they predate the term scientist, yes. Term scientist is not going to exist till 1834, and in 1834 it's not going to mean what we mean. This is also clearly a moment where across the papers, chronologically, new scientific identities and forms of credit are emerging, right? Marshall is a stonecutter turned botanist. Franklin is a printer turned, I wrote a printer turned everything, yes? Printer turned everything. Once I went to the APS and people were describing Franklin's inventions to me, and I was like, sounds like he invented everything but the jet ski. And it was explained to me that he also invented the jet ski, yes? I did not know. So good news. right? So they're these sort of transforming their identities a little bit. James Watt Jr. is part of the second generation of the Lunar Society, right? This is a different mode. Azara and Longinos have military and medical careers. People who are making claims about the interoceanic canal, many of them, I feel that they have an unclear relationship to expertise. Yes, particularly in the newspaper debate, yes. So I'm interested to hear from the panelists, in your period, what's happening to the definition of scientific expertise and to ideas or battles about it? So for example, is it something that comes with education or some kind of qualification? Is it something that comes with virtuosic performance in public? Is it something that emerges primarily, and I feel like I do see this in the papers, from networks and contacts? And then, is expert status in science for your actors a role or an identity, or is it an accomplishment or a facet of someone? Is it supposed to have, and I think this is sort of the turning point, is there supposed to be a separation in the minds of your actors between the political self and the scientific self? Because we often look back and say, oh, look, the shocking overlap of politics and science. But how much of that is kind of anachronistic, yes, as a question? So that's my question for everybody. I'm limiting myself to one. I'll go first. Thanks, Jess.
Is this on? You've got it on? Excellent. Hi, everyone. My guys aren't scientists, really. I don't think any of them really think they're scientists. I think that the ones in Massachusetts who are critiquing these ideas are often in the whaling industry. And the ones who are writing these ideas, I mean, the Agricultural Society of Middle Florida, you know, those are some credentials, but I don't think they are the credentials of the other papers on this panel. Like, I think these are people who just think that they have the right to have ideas, and they live in a world where newspapers will publish their ideas, and their ideas serve political and financial ends for all of the people involved with them. So yeah, I don't think expertise should not even really apply to Humboldt in the history of interoceanic canals, as he never went there. And so whatever claims he may have to natural science in South America, like Central America, not really. So yeah, I don't think I've got any experts at all. The one guy who tries to go to Nicaragua in this moment can't really, to survey the route, can't do it because the civil wars delay him so late that when he tries to go into the forest in the rainy season, the local folks will not help him, and he's like starving and he gets eaten by insects, and it's lovely. Okay, so I'm gonna pass this along.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Jessica Riskin, one of my advisors, when I first taught Scientific Revolution with her, my very first class I TA'd as a grad student, she was like, there are no scientists before the word scientist. So I'm always very careful in all my papers about that. I would say they're naturalists, natural philosophers. And the one figure that I think has like some official expertise, which was my paper at the talk, I really decided to dig in on Ferrando because of the APS connection, but there's a couple other figures that you also mentioned. One is Jose Longinos, who was a surgeon, barber surgeon, taxidermist, who came on the Royal Botanical Expedition to New Spain in 1787 to Mexico, and he did like public exams of botany at the Royal Botanical Garden there, and everyone came out to look at the kind of like a big oral exam. So that is kind of the official expertise that I guess I could point to in the story I'm telling, aside from, of course, Ferrando's official expertise in being an economist, and Azara, who's another figure I talk about in the paper, being just, he's in the army, but he's doing empirical observation. So I guess I'm trying to talk about this moment where anyone who does any sort of on-the-ground observation has some sort of expertise. And yeah, I think I agree, the separation of the political and the scientific is kind of silly in this sense, because if, you know, the natural philosophy, I guess, included all of these elements. So for Ronda, you know, is not separating his views on policing and taxation from his views, I think, on chemistry and vaccination. I think they all jive in this worldview that he has.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I feel like the rise of the term scientist is kind of an important part of the coda of the end of the story that I was telling, which is by the 19th century, as it progresses, people have this idea of professional science and start to develop the term scientist. And most of the academies start to be very leery of any politicking involved and things like that. So the people I study, you know, would use terms like improvers and naturalists. They use science very broad, you know, the term science itself. But yeah, I definitely think that they do not see science as a profession that would be distinct from their political thing, but instead just as kind of people of the Enlightenment in that way. In terms of how I feel like there's a lot of performative elements that we miss today. So like where do they have the status as being improvers or literati or philosophers? I feel like a lot of it is through letters of recommendation. Like in a world where there's not face-to-face ties, having those letters of recommendation that says this is a person of humanity and letters and of science is really important. And the way people present gifts. Gift giving is a huge part that historians of science have noticed. Franklin, when he meets Sir Hans Sloane, is like, here's this asbestos purse. You know, I am a curioso. I am someone that is bringing you a rare artifact for your museum. I have discernment and taste. Treat me like a fellow man of science kind of thing. So I think those are elements that I'm interested in. Yeah.
And how old was he when he did that?
It was his first trip. Was he like 27? I don't know. Yeah, something. Yeah, kid. Yes. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm focusing on a period that's earlier than any of you. And of course, there is no kind of self-awareness as scientists, but you know, it would be very hard to talk about Franklin without acknowledging that he was so rigorous in applying what we now would call the scientific method. He never published anything that had not been tested and verified in as many ways that as he could think of to do that. So as I was listening to the talk about canals, I thought the first question that Franklin might have had for these people who were writing in the newspaper, I mean, this would have been the perfect occasion for him to satirize these stories, because the first question he, I think, would have asked is, how do we know? How does one know that the Pacific Ocean, how do you test sea level on different sides of the country? I mean, where does that notion even come from? So, you know, the American Philosophical Society is to promote useful knowledge, and that was another one of Franklin's focuses. And so in the story I told, I think Franklin's interest in what Humphrey Marshall had done, I think what he saw in it and what excited him about it, was multifaceted. Number one, this was an opportunity. This was one guy, yes, stonecutter, who self-taught, like so many of them in that generation and the next one, who had very smart and had intense powers of observation, and Humphrey Marshall, obviously, and I don't know how, had access to books that some of the others did not have, and was applied himself enough so that he really absorbed that information and was able to apply it in a way that no one else had done. And his catalog translated all of that knowledge into, it's very Franklinian, into a way that could be easily understood by anybody picking up that book in America, at no matter what level they were. So I think he would have appreciated for the fact that one could help one's fellows by disseminating knowledge. the whole idea of transatlantic trade, also a very important aspect of it. And finally, there was this sense in the moment of 1785, when the country was trying to promote itself in the face of, frankly, a lot of bad press around the world. Franklin never lost an opportunity to send across the ocean any production that he thought would advance knowledge or point to an American who had done something truly noteworthy and remarkable.
Thank you. We have time for a couple of questions, I think. So I'm just going to look out for hands. Yes.
Thanks, and thanks for a lovely, really cohesive panel. And it struck me, Jessica, as you were making your really lovely closing remarks, that in some ways this was a panel about a particular unrealized dream, which is a sort of dream of science as a cosmopolitan practice in which there's a sort of universal language or universal set of practices that could be, as you suggested, right, a model for political organization. And that was constantly meeting with obstacles, right? Whether it was the obstacles of language, Anna, that you pointed to, the obstacles of politics, the obstacles of these very physical objects, right, that can't be transported. I loved the work you did in the paper on taxidermy and sort of what happens to the objects itself, but also in the botanical specimens, right, that where you can't see this thing over the course of its lifetime if you're actually involved in this timeless universal project. So I guess I would love to hear you just think a little bit about that limitation of cosmopolitanism, but maybe also particularly to reflect a little bit with us on what alternatives you all saw, because I think each of your figures saw the limits of this particular cosmopolitan vision. And I would just be curious to hear you talk a little bit about if they were offering up alternatives or remedies to the constant limitations to this particular vision.
I'll just go again. That's all right. I wrote the book already. I know the answer. Yeah, that's what happens when you're done, I guess. But so I think the canal dreams that my folks are thinking about are very cosmopolitan. Most of the people who want them want a more interconnected world. And one of my favorite canal dreamers from this era, who I did not talk about in this paper, but features in my book, is a man from Central America named Jose del Valle. His picture was up there very briefly. And he was a huge proponent of the canal until his political opponent won the presidency, and then he tried to quash his political opponent's version of the canal. But his arguments about why this wasn't the moment, and this wasn't the time, and this wasn't the plan, they all sort of show the sort of political thinking of the same cosmopolitan flip. So like you can be arguing for the globe at one moment, and then you could be arguing for your local context's need to not be taken over by other countries or not be taken over by the globe at another moment. So I mean, I'm not thinking as much about science as I am thinking about giant infrastructure projects, but I think the same folks could make arguments either way, and that's kind of interesting.
I'll say those giant infrastructure projects are science, you know?
They are, when they don't get built, you don't really see, when they don't get built, you don't really see all the science-y science. You see a lot of people thinking about what they might be, but they don't actually happen.
Yeah. This is a tough one. This is a great question. For Foronda in particular, I still am not sure. I think, you know, he was still, he went back to Spain in 1809 and died in Spain, although he did marry an American woman and had a son who, you know, spoke English fluently, supposedly. Who can believe these things anyway? For him, I think going back to Spain, was showing that his dream did not happen. He continued to send pamphlets to the APS after he was back in Spain. So I looked at some of those. He republished his pamphlet on the colonies, getting what a prince should do with his colonies from afar, under his name in 1814. He was becoming a little bit more brazen about that, even though he was based in Spain still. So, he died before independence, right, just in 1821, just as that was happening. I think, at least in his case, I still have to research more, but definitely, I think his vision definitely didn't get achieved, but it does say a lot about the state of Spanish colonial control at that time, I think.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think, especially when I talk to my students, imagination is not one of the first words they think of when they think of science. And so I think I'm glad that you picked up on the kind of theme of the papers here about, in this revolutionary world, science was a place that generated lots of dreams and projects and imaginations. I have been working on one of these kind of schemes to develop a huge maple sugar industry that scientists are like, we don't need cane sugar and slavery. We can actually create free labor, and the Holland Land purchase is the largest purchase in American history by a Dutch conglomerate that's tied into this web that are like, we're going to make maple sugar and we're going to kind of get rid of the Caribbean, which is kind of a moral and political morass. So that doesn't come to fruition either, but yeah, I think remembering that science generates a lot of this imagination, I think is important. To the flip side of the question, the material constraints, I think that's also important. I think a lot, why would people spend time when they have, we're all busy. Think about what it takes to pack these guinea seeds, Humphrey Marshall and others, and part of that's a love of knowledge, but I think part of it maybe we can also start to think a little bit more about the social and economic, or the larger visions driving them, than just a thirst for knowledge, to move us beyond the stock image that I think by 1850 becomes the scientist, of a cold, calculating empiricist. I think both what they mentioned, the material constraints, like why do people do this, how do they struggle to do that, and then also how do they generate kind of these larger visions are worth remembering or reconstructing, and they're hidden in archives.
Well, just sort of working off of that, at the period I've been looking into, botany, certainly in America and also in other areas, it was a relatively new, as it was emerging as a science, even in Europe. It was far more developed in Europe than it was in America. It was basically undeveloped in America. But overall, botany began as a subset of medicine. The whole purpose of looking for plants was to find new treatments. There was just a fundamentally practical reason for examining these things. And in exploring all around the world, the idea was, what can you find that we can use to our advantage? What do other countries have? There's a cure for every list of plants. And Marshall focuses on this in his descriptive paragraphs as well. What can they do for us? What kind of wood is best for masts? What kind of wood is best for posts? What kind of oak is good for barrels? That's just the tip. What berries are edible, what are not, and so on. Benjamin Franklin in Poor Richard's Almanac, for all that, developed a technique for printing a leaf, which no one had done before, in order to show people in Pennsylvania what the leaf of a snake root, I think it was called, looked like, because it had certain medicinal properties that he wanted everybody to know about. So in America, people were very focused on what these plants can do for us, well, all over the world at that point. In terms of limitations, what came to mind for me, not only that limits of being able to observe something growing throughout its entire life cycle, as I talked about, but also in terms of categorizing the whole taxonomy issue, even knowing whether what you were looking at was the same as Catesby, for example, who had published a book on plants in the New World, decades before the period I'm talking about. But how did one know whether one was looking at something that Catesby had seen? You had to, it was a very, very difficult exercise. And a lot of people got it wrong. And I guess that's my point, is that in all the catalogs previous to Marshall's that I looked like, that were generated in America as opposed to in England or Europe, I was amazed at how much they did not agree. I mean, I just assumed that Humphrey Marshall's catalog would take as its point of departure everything that the Bartrams were selling. And I went to just compare. That's how I started this project. What's in Marshall's catalog versus what's in that big printed list of William and John Bartram's? I could not make connections between these names because only a fraction of them overlapped. And most of them I had no idea of what Bartram was actually referring to. None. And everyone who has worked on that catalog has had the same problem. Joel Fry published a wonderful article in which he did his best to identify these things. So the limitations in terms of identifying plant material were just enormous.
I think we have time for one more question. No, well.
Hi. Thanks so much. These were all really fascinating. I think I have a question for Mike. I was wondering when you were talking about the sort of political persuasion of a lot of these academic societies being, or learned societies being sort of full of radicals, I can't help but remember that John Adams was influential in getting the American Academy of Arts and Sciences chartered, right, in 1786 or so. So I wonder, like, if there's a sort of shift in political persuasion, or if it has to do with like the Federalist context of the 1790s, and then kind of corollary to that, is there any kind of like intersocietal rift among people of different persuasions? Because when you read about these like Democratic Republican clubs or societies for political inquiries, a lot of times it sort of is implied that they try to be nonpartisan in the beginning and then they kind of argue with each other and it falls apart. So I wonder just like what you found. I was curious about that.
Yeah, thanks for that question. So, and I'm cognizant that others in the room probably know more, but you're right about the American Academy of Science being seen as having a different political, the APS is, of all the kind of organizations, kind of considered and coded the most and having a political stance by the opponents of it. So, closer, yes, so, sorry. Yeah, so the APS is seen as the most political. Part of what's happening by the 1790s is that some organizations, the Royal Society, John Pringle's removed as president for being too pro-Franklin, too pro-American. Sir Joseph Banks comes in and he, you know, makes sure that Thomas Cooper isn't allowed to join and these others. So I think you start to see the trend of people saying, not that they're opposed to their politics, but like if you're gonna bring your politics here, don't do that. So you start to see some learned academies doing that, which is why some of the more potent blends of science and radicalism go into private clubs than the pre-existing ones. So, and I don't know about the APS when that, or if that did take place. But so it's true that there are many scientific organizations that kind of try to be neutral in terms of not sponsoring political activity, even though I think most people see them as having spawned these spin-off organizations and clubs. So this group leaves the Manchester Philosophical and Literary Society and forms other groups right next door, to carry out their mission to France, Cooper and Watt, things like that. And then within the clubs, I think there's always a tension or a tendency to paint with a broad brush. And so I'm sure in these clubs, people joined Logan's agricultural clubs thinking they wanted to learn about Timothy or Clover, and then being like, there's some politics going on here that aren't my politics, and that they would drop out. And so I think this is a kind of, a tension or whatever. And but I do think that they start to sort pretty well over time, and that you start to get these groups of well-organized people. But what I'm particularly interested in is they seem to be able to communicate to other groups, so the ability to reach out, which I don't think is easy to do in 1790, to link clubs all throughout the East Coast, and then over to England, and then over to France, and stuff like that. But I do paint with a broad brush, and I think there was a lot more diversity, in some of these groups.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of closing thoughts. Number one, we are about to move into the reception portion of our evening, which is directly outside this main meeting space and to your right-hand side. We have food, we have beverage. We also have a fabulous keynote panel that follows. Let me tell you, right now in the program, it simply says, the public role of history of science at the US 250th. And you might think, but I'm here with friends. We could go to dinner. And I will tell you two things. Number one, there are lesser-known scientists. There are fireworks. There are other really fantastic things as well. Number two, we are feeding you wine and food, and I'm not saying that should guilt you into staying, but I'm not saying that should guilt you into staying. Number three, we'll be done by 7 o'clock, which is still the dinner hour. So enjoy your break, and we look forward to seeing you. I'm making meaningful eye contact with all of you back here 1 hour. Thank you.
Good, how are you? Okay, good. You sound good as well.
Good. So if you want to test your slides, you can test your slides, and then I guess they'll kind of cue you. I think you're the second one talking. That's what I heard. So.
Okay. Let's try this. Sharing is not turned on. Send request.
All right, I just allowed it.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba. I think there's no way for me to start a transition that's not in the kind of preview mode, but if there is, just let me know. So I think I will do this. And then this. Okay, and then I will just navigate through. That looks good to you?
Looks good to me.
Excellent.
All right, so I guess you can just put yourself on mute, and then kind of the microphone will be open, so you'll be able to hear on this side. And I'm sure Adriana will cue you. They'll cue you, and or whoever's introducing will cue you and let you know. And then I'll unmute you and put you up on the screen, and you'll be good to go.
That sounds good. Yeah, I'll turn off my mic and camera, but I'll just be here at my desk and listening for when everything starts.
Yeah, like I said, this one will be open, so you'll be able to hear all sorts of stuff going on here, and then you'll be able to hear them cue you, and then, like I said, I'll put you up on the screen, and you'll be good to go.
Perfect. All right. Thanks for your help.
Thank you. Cool. Jesse's on. We tested his sound and video. He's good to go. He's got his microphone muted. I told him just to listen for the cue, and then I'll put him up on the screen. We should be good to go. Yeah.
just, oh, that's advanced?
Yeah.
Okay.
The mic is.
Hello.
Yeah,
I do not like this.
that's good. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, and then we'll. Okay. All right. So, do you want us to come up now, or do you want Patrick to do stuff? Okay.
That's okay. I might be a while. You don't want people staring at you. Yeah. Right. But yeah. All right, good evening, everybody. If I could call everybody to order. It's great to see so many folks here, and I see a lot of new faces, at least new to me. My name is Patrick Spiro. I'm the CEO of the American Philosophical Society, and I'm thrilled to welcome everybody here, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation that we're going to have in a few moments. I thought I might say a few things about the APS, who we are and what we do. I know some of you may be new to the society, and I was also inspired by the panel that we just heard talking about philosophical societies, especially Mike Gunther's papers. So I decided to take a few minutes and put together a little PowerPoint that tells a little bit about the APS and our history. People down here are nervous that I'm going to talk too long. They're looking at me strange. But so, the American Philosophical Society, who were we? We were founded by Benjamin Franklin in 1743 with the mission of promoting useful knowledge. And I think this proposal that he wrote really captures a lot of what was discussed in the earlier panel and probably will continue throughout tomorrow. But that is, why did he form the APS? And it wasn't just Franklin, it was a group of other civically minded individuals. They said, first off, there are all these discoveries that are being made that could help mankind. But the problem, which you can see there in the second paragraph, is that these remain uncommunicated, they die with their discoverers, and are lost to mankind. So all this incredible new knowledge that could help mankind is being lost because it's not being communicated or shared with others. And that really gets at the heart of what the society does, has done, and continues to do. This is Franklin's solution. This is the outline of the American Philosophical Society circa 1743. So what does he say the APS should do? First off, it needs to elect members, the virtuosi, he says, who are supposed to maintain a constant communication. The idea is that North America, the colonies, the British colonies in North America, are so dispersed that the leading thinkers in each community are not able to connect with their peers that may be 100, 200, 300 miles away. So they want to elect these leading thinkers so they can create a network to share knowledge amongst themselves. And of course, this knowledge is going to be shared at meetings held here in Philadelphia, kind of like we're having a meeting here where we have great thinkers coming together to share their knowledge with each other. You can see there that they're to communicate with each other, and then what they learn in these meetings here in Philadelphia are then supposed to be sent out along this network to people far and wide. In the 18th century, the technology for disseminating knowledge was publications, and so we continue to operate the longest scholarly imprint in North America. The director of the press is back there, Kim Gwinta, and books are available for sale. But you can see there in the spirit of the paper, Mike's, the correspondence was also supposed to happen with the Royal Society and the Dublin Society that is now the Royal Dublin Society. A fun piece, we provide prizes that recognize science. We operate the longest continuously operating prize in science in the United States. It's the Magellanic Premium. And in the spirit of the question at the last panel about scientists, this is how that prize is defined. It is for someone the best discovery or most useful invention relating to navigation, astronomy, or natural philosophy, mere natural history accepted. Something to think about what they meant there. And then finally, Franklin proposed research, the direct support of research. And I think this is one of Franklin's innovations. Franklin was a tinkerer. I don't know of the Royal Society saying in their charter that they were going to raise dues in order to support research directly. But that's something Franklin added to our proposal. And so we've been pushing the boundaries of knowledge for almost 300 years. We financed one of the first archaeological digs, Charles Wilson Peale in Newburgh, excavating the mastodon. That was supported in part by the American Philosophical Society. We're part of many of the exploring expeditions of the 19th century. In the 20th century, we developed a grants program that I hope you all are aware of and may apply to, or maybe you're a former recipient of a grant and fellowship. And you can see there the areas that we've supported research on all 7 continents of the globe. Our motto, which you can see on this seal here, is Nullo Discriminate. We support research in all fields of knowledge. We don't discriminate. We believe all knowledge can be useful. And we continue to evolve as science and knowledge evolves. And one of our newest areas of funding is in astrobiology, really pushing into the final frontier of knowledge. So today, when people ask me what we do, and it was so nice to, in Mike's talk, philosophical societies, everybody knew what a philosophical society was in the 18th century. Today, when people meet me, they say, what do you do? I say, oh, I run the American Philosophical Society. They say, oh, you must be a philosopher. And I say, no, I'm a historian. And when I was librarian earlier, they said, oh, you're the librarian for philosophers. I said, no, I'm a historian, not a librarian, and I don't study philosophy. Actually, what the APS does are these three things. We produce new knowledge, we preserve important ideas, and we promote promising ideas. And I think that is one of the things that we're doing today with this conference, is really promoting and disseminating really promising new research. And I'm thrilled to be able to be a part of this conference. And I want to thank our partners, the College of Physicians and the Science History Institute, for also being a part of these conversations. Now, on to the conversation that we're going to have about the 250th anniversary and the role of the history of science in this anniversary. I know a lot of people are thinking about the Declaration of Independence, but there's a lot more to that story, and that's what we're going to hear about this evening. And to host that, moderate this conversation is Sarah Ray, who's the Senior Director of Interpretation and Engagement at the College of Physicians in Philadelphia. She previously held positions at the Science History Institute down the street and at the University of Pennsylvania. She has a PhD in the history of science and sociology from the University of Pennsylvania. And she's held a number of distinguished fellowships, including from the Fulbright, the Descartes Center at Utrecht University, and the Smithsonian Institute. Sarah?
All right, hello everyone. So I won't take up any of your time except for to introduce a panel of folks who are not only distinguished, but that I'm really excited to call colleagues and longtime friends. So this feels like a really exciting, opportunity to hear from people that I've been lucky to work with professionally and get to know socially for a number of years now. So as they are sitting down here, I'm just going to go, left to right. We'll start here with Dr. Judith Kaplan, who's a public historian of science at the Science History Institute. Judy is the public historian of science at the Science History Institute, where she develops resources that help public audiences look at the world from the perspective of the history of science. She received her PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and her work has been supported by the Max Planck Institute for the History of Science, the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation, the National Science Foundation, and the Consortium for the History of Science, Technology, and Medicine. So, Judy, everyone. Next, we have Dr. Adriana Link, curator of the History of Science at the American Philosophical Society. Whoa, wow. Okay, so now it's a competition. Who gets the most claps? Judy didn't know she was competing, but she is. So Adriana received her PhD in the history of science from the Johns Hopkins University, where she specialized in the history of 20th century anthropology. Her scholarship on this topic has been published in several journals and edited volumes, and she is currently completing a book manuscript on the history of urgent anthropology at the Smithsonian Institution. And then over there on the right, we have my colleague, Dr. Erin McCleary, the Senior Director of Collections and Research at the College of Physicians of Philadelphia. She has previously worked at the Science History Institute. There we go. Come on. Yeah, there we go. We'll try this again at the end and see where we land. All right, now Erin's playing the crowd. All right, so this is turned into a very different panel very quickly. So Erin has previously worked at the Science History Institute, the National Constitution Center, and even the museum here at the APS. Erin received her PhD in the history and sociology of science from the University of Pennsylvania and has published on the history of American medical museums, chemistry, and color theory. And you thought we were done, but we're not. There is, in fact, an unseen participant right here, although I will soon take a seat, and that's Dr. Jesse Smith, who will be joining us on Zoom, who's the Director of Curatorial Affairs and Digital Content at the Science History Institute. So he oversees interpretive projects in the public history of science and technology. Jesse received his PhD in the history and sociology of science from the University of Pennsylvania, so you might be sensing a bit of a theme here. He was the curator of Downstream, an exhibition on the history of water analysis and protection, and Lunchtime, the history of science on the school food tray, which examined the history of efforts to feed U.S. school children for more than a century. So this is a really just dynamic group of folks, and I'm just not going to belabor it anymore and hand it right over to Judy to start us off.
Thanks, Sarah. Can everyone hear me? Good. Uh-oh. Right. So I'm going to start off with a kind of framing for our discussion this evening on science and American life. And so I'm going to invoke science and American life as a case study in the public history of science. So this is an exhibition that was held at the Smithsonian Institution. It was open to the public from 1994 to 2011. So clearly not a revolutionary era project, and also not one that was really motivated by a major commemorative event. So you might be wondering, why are we talking about this? I do think it's important. I think the history of this exhibition sheds light on some of the opportunities and challenges of sharing the history of science with public audiences in the US. So that's why I'm going to talk about it. I think it's a useful point of reference for the discussion that we're going to have this evening. So I want to ask a question. I'm not going to give you time to answer it because I think we're a little short on time. And that is, what do you think of when you think of science in this country over the last 250 years? So I was taking notes over the course of the afternoon. And so some things you might say would be naval medicine, metallurgy, mental health, seed collecting, networks, guinea grass and translation, and also ocean. So really wide-ranging subjects. This is not what curators imagined broad public audiences would be thinking about when they came to Science and American Life. So they were working with a different interval of time. This is the question that tour guides would pose to people who were first coming to the museum for a guided tour through the exhibition. And they would ask, what do you think of when you think of science in the last 125 years? So what did they think that people would say? They said this. This is from the script that tour guides were given. They were imagining that people would think about the splitting of the atom, the discovery of penicillin, cracking the genetic code, the inventions of lasers and synthetic materials, things like nylon, also putting a man on the moon. So really big marquee type events. And I just want to use this as a way of introducing the exhibition for anyone who isn't already familiar with it. It was a 12,000 square foot permanent exhibition that was held at the Smithsonian. A massive undertaking comprised of, by the end of things, 900 objects, 600 historical photos and graphics, as well as numerous computerized and interactive displays. It was 4 years in the making and drew on the coordinated labor of some 75 full-time staff. That's kind of mind-boggling for me to think about. In an external partnership, so this is the an early draft of the floor plan of the museum exhibition. And this is an indication of some of the people who were behind it. So this was a partnership that was sort of novel at the time. It was largely actually paid for by the American Chemical Society, which donated some $5.3 million to put on the exhibition. So they wanted to do something sort of different with this exhibition. They didn't want to talk about penicillin. They didn't want to talk about splitting the atom necessarily. They wanted to do this. They wanted to approach science through the lens of American history. So what did that mean? The goal, in other words, was to show audiences that the history of science was more than a chronicle of experiments and achievements. Rather, the goal of the curators was to show audiences that the history of science could offer a way of looking at the US society, a tool, perhaps, for greater self-understanding. What motivated this undertaking, and what did stakeholders hope to achieve? For its part, the American Chemical Society's Committee on Public Affairs and Public Relations was eager to combat what they saw as the crisis of scientific illiteracy. Citing surveys conducted by the National Science Foundation, they pointed out that only 1/8 of Americans understand the scientific process. Only 1/4 understand basic scientific terms and ideas, and only 1/2 comprehend the bearing that science has on people's everyday lives. ACS members were shopping around for a way to promote science literacy while simultaneously holding up what they called positive role models that might counteract negative public opinion and inspire youth to careers in chemistry. The ACS had considered various alternative formats before settling on a partnership with the Smithsonian. It is important to pay attention to these alternative venues and formats because, as I think our panelists can attest, the medium of communication is bound up with the message when it comes to the public-facing projects in the history of science. So you see here one of the fleet of laboratories on wheels that ACS members use to bring chemical demonstrations to underserved rural communities. These plans were eventually set aside in favor of a more centralized collaboration with the Smithsonian. History, leadership seems to have decided, was a better way to go after American hearts and minds. The motives of the funders, in this case, the ACS, were often in tension with the narrative Smithsonian curators wanted to present about science and American life. In a nutshell, the curators wanted to tell a story about the dynamic co-constitution of American science and American society. Curator Arthur Malella worked it out this way in a 1992 to a member of the exhibition's advisory board, somebody who was sort of disapproving of how things were going at the time. He said, quote, "There is no question that the public attitudes towards science have shifted over the course of the past century, and especially since the war. Citizens today want to know more about science, especially its place in their daily lives, and our exhibit attempts to address this need honestly and in a balanced manner. Your letter has reminded me of something very important, that the most significant interaction between science and society involves the fundamental differences in the way people perceive science. There is no such thing as a complete public consensus. Your letter has made me see how important it is to address quite directly the existence of these powerful, often contradictory opinions and their role in shaping the science-society relationship," end quote. Malella used a word here that came up over and over again in debates about the exhibition, and that is balance. While he claimed balance for the exhibition, members of the ACS worried loudly and consistently that the narrative was in fact unbalanced, that it presented negative stories through objects like this fallout shelter, which crowded out positive stories, say concerning the lives saved through nuclear medicine. What are the exhibition's audience? Both parties, the Smithsonian and the ACS, seem to think that the exhibition had the power to provoke action. Future scientists and citizens capable of making good choices about resource allocation were among their target audiences. As they were developing the script, Smithsonian staff conducted focus groups and surveys that indicated they needed to do more to engage audiences from minoritized groups. Private correspondence, archived by the ACS, dismissed such efforts as counterproductive political correctness. Finally, a kind of segue into our discussion of the nation's 250th. It is important to consider the context or milieu in which negotiations over science and American life took place. The so-called science wars, which funders associated largely with the environmentalists, were a key part of this context. They extended to questions about vaccine safety that are alive and well today. Another key element of the story was the very public fight over how the Enola Gay, the plane that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, was to be exhibited at the Smithsonian's Air and Space Museum. This fight hung like a cloud over the development of science in American life. A story covering the opening of the exhibition for US News and World Report went to Newt Gingrich for a quote, who made the association explicit. He celebrated the successful efforts of veterans groups to have language about the devastation brought by the Enola Gay taken down, saying, quote, "You are seeing a reassertion and a renewal of American civilization. The Enola Gay fight was a fight, in effect, over the reassertion by most Americans that they're sick and tired of being told by some cultural elite that they ought to be ashamed of their country," end quote. This could be read, in a sense, as a history of the present. I'll leave the story there, but we'll conclude with a few questions that it raises, questions that might serve as touchstones or prompts for our discussion tonight. First, we can ask, what meanings were attributed to science, history, and America in this case, and how might these be operationalized at the US 250th? Second, what would constitute literacy in the public history of science? This is something I'm particularly interested in. In other words, what do any of us want the public to know about or take away from the history of science? And finally, how does setting, funding, audience, content, and milieu conspire to make certain interventions possible or impossible, in this case, or in programming for the 250th? So with that, I'll hand it over to Adriana.
Okay. You'd think I would know how to work this podium, given how many events I've worked here, but we'll see how it goes. Thanks so much, everybody, for sticking around. I'm really excited about this conference, and wanted to also thank Judy and Jesse for coming up for the framework for this conversation. I'm really excited to continue this now and at the History of Science Society meeting later in November. But with that, and with this framing in mind, I'd like to turn to a project that we're working on here at the American Philosophical Society as part of our 250th endeavors, and that is a project called America's Scientific Revolutionaries. So we've been talking a lot today about various folks who might fall into this category. So what is this initiative that we're doing? So it is a 2-year project funded very generously by the Lounsbery Foundation to profile lesser-known scientists who were active during the Revolutionary era. The goal of the project is to develop content that really explores the significance of scientific thought and innovation in the formation of the United States for a broad range of audiences and age groups. So we're thinking here not just of historians of science and early Americanists, and many of the folks who are in the room today, but general audiences, kids really thinking about how do we reach 10 to 14-year-olds who might be interested in these topics, and how can we develop resources that might be used not just in history classrooms, but scientific classrooms as well. And then the task of this, of course, is to situate this conversation about the public history of science alongside larger regional, national, and international initiatives that are being planned around 2026. APS has been doing this for a little bit now. Some of these conferences I was actually involved with coordinating, and of course the one today is part of this conversation as well. This all kind of leads up right now to our current exhibition, The Revolutionary City, as well as the Revolutionary City portal, which is available online, and does include some of the folks that I'll be talking about this evening. But what I've kind of came to realize is that conversations about science, natural philosophy, as we might talk about it now, really wasn't the highlight of these projects. It was talking about the Declaration, it was talking about loyalists, it was talking about other folks. So where does the history of science fit in this conversation that we're having about the Revolutionary City? So thanks to generous support from the Richard Lounsbery Foundation, which coincided with the launch of the Center for the History of Science last July, we were able to make this our inaugural project. And I think it's a really appropriate one for all of the reasons that Patrick outlined at the beginning of this talk. The APS has been involved in the history of science and the documentation of the history of science for a long time. So we can think about this project as a way to think about those early connections, but I think also think about how the Center for the History of Science in its nascent form can use these connections to engage with topics in the present. So really thinking about what does it mean to promote useful knowledge in this kind of broader Franklinian mindset. And this conference and this project, I think, also builds on observations made by early American historian of science Whitfield Bell, who was also librarian and executive officer of the APS. And I was reading this book as sort of inspiration for this conversation today, and think it really resonates still with the present. So I will read it quickly. Happily, it is hardly necessary any longer to argue that science is an important element of modern culture. Most scholars recognize that scientific ideas and achievements may affect any aspect of the life of the community, and that science itself, far from being something transcendent or self-contained, is influenced by prevailing philosophies and current economic and political conditions. So kind of file that in the back of your head for all of our conversations tonight. So building on Judy's questions, I think this project also offers some other ones. So how can the stories of revolutionary scientists speak to ongoing and evolving complexities about the relationship between science and society? And then what are the tools or perspectives that the history of science specifically offers to public commemorations around moments like the 250th? And then I would say, too, just keeping in mind that Philadelphia, the revolutionary city, is also the epicenter for both a lot of the conversations around 2026 and the history of science. And I'm so grateful to be here with partners who are in the city of Philadelphia also working on these ideas. Okay, so just very quickly to tell you a little bit about the process. As you might imagine, how do you begin to identify which individuals to even profile as part of this project? So we had a robust series of tools that we used, many developed by Jeff Applehans, who's at the back of the room. So if you have questions about any of it, please ask him. But used a large series of bespoke AI and language learning models to kind of whittle down a large set of APS members who were active during the age of revolutions, many of whom have been talked about today. Also had conversations about how do we measure the impact of these people. it's fine if they're a lesser known, but we want to find people who actually did something and we're not just kind of not household names. And then also thinking about, what is the APS connection? Do we even have stuff to tell the stories that we want to tell as part of this project? And ultimately, that became the thing that really drove the project, is who are the people with whom we can tell a good story about the history of science in the 18th century? So we settled on these 6 people who you've heard about earlier if you were here. So again, this room of folks probably doesn't think of these as lesser knowns, but our hopes is that once this project continues to disseminate, it actually will reach quite a few folks who have not heard of these names. So David Rittenhouse to think about questions of astronomy, Joseph Priestley to think about pneumatic chemistry, the Bartrams and especially John and William to think about the relationship between botany and natural history and exploration, Benjamin Rush along with Absalom Jones and Richard Allen to think about the 1793 yellow fever epidemic and its relation to medicine and public health, Catherine Haynes, who was a 15-year-old Quaker woman here in Philadelphia, who's been a really fantastic person to think about the network of women healers, and then James Madison, who we'll come back to, obviously founding father, drafter of the Constitution, but also a climate scientist and meteorologist in his own right. So here they are. Our first set of phase 1 was to produce a series of short-form educational videos. These are all on our website, so check out through the Center for the History of Science if you want to watch them. We developed these with Makematic. It was a really fun and exciting process. I'm going to play one for you really quickly right now.
Have you ever wondered how far away stars really are? Today, we know more about the size of the cosmos than ever. But it was the work of 18th century mathematician and inventor David Rittenhouse that helped astronomers understand the scale of our solar system. Born near Germantown, Pennsylvania in 1732, Rittenhouse was a curious kid who loved science and math. At 19, he opened a shop as a clockmaker, gaining a reputation for his attention to detail. Rittenhouse was also passionate about astronomy, building one of the colony's first telescopes, as well as several observatories, including at his family farm and outside the Pennsylvania State House, now called Independence Hall. In 1769, scientists worldwide prepared for the transit of Venus, a rare event when Venus passes between Earth and the Sun, visible as a small dot. This event wouldn't happen again for over 100 years. By accurately measuring how long Venus took to cross the Sun, astronomers could calculate the distance between Earth and the Sun. Many individuals and institutions across the globe worked together on the project. In Philadelphia, the American Philosophical Society asked Rittenhouse to help lead their efforts because he understood the complex calculations and could build the necessary instruments. Precision was everything. A single mistake could ruin the calculation. When the moment arrived on June 3, 1769, Rittenhouse reportedly fainted from the stress of working on such an important astronomical moment. Despite this, his measurements, combined with global observations, would later help establish the astronomical unit, the definitive measure of distance from the Earth to the Sun. At a time when calls for American independence were growing, Rittenhouse demonstrated that Americans were also revolutionary scientists.
Great, so you can, thanks. So you can see the appeal of these. They're short, they're fun, they're informative. They speak in a history classroom and a science classroom, and they do exactly what we want them to do. But as we realize, there's a lot of things you want to say about a person that you can't say in a 2 to 3 minute long video. So phase 2 is growing on that. So the next phase of the project is going to be to host a series of programs around the country with contemporary scientists who will be using these 6 individuals as touch points to think about the ongoing significance significance of their work in the present day. And the first of these is scheduled for November 11th. So please check our website. Registration will be open soon, and that will be with Kim Prather talking about Joseph Priestley. So it's going to be fantastic. It is hybrid, so anybody here can watch it. It'll be probably 7 o'clock Eastern time because it'll be in California. So check back soon. The other portion of this project is an ongoing blog series. So obviously we could only limit ourselves to 6. We're still thinking about other ways to feature other revolutionary scientists as part of this project. One of these is our blog, and Vince Femia, who's here, Vince Wave, is the one kind of running the show on that. So please check out this fantastic blog series, again, through our website. So just to wrap up, I have a couple takeaways. So this project has made me realize, despite the fact that I'm not an early Americanist, that the stories and struggles of 18th century natural philosophers remain eerily relevant, as Whit Bell kind of told us from the beginning, that employing the tools of history of science provides us with additional opportunities for engaging audiences across the sciences and the humanities, but that the history of science also offers a useful context for understanding the founding of the United States, and especially reinforces the close ongoing connection between science and society that we've heard about so much today, and can keep in check some of the progress narratives that sometimes slip through the cracks in sort of more general curriculum. So, you know, this here I have Madison's weather diaries in conversation with some current headlines. But what I like about the Macmatic videos too is that we're able to talk a little bit about the complexities of who was doing the labor to enable that work. So the final point then is that the work of both science and public history of science is necessarily collaborative, that multiple perspectives are essential. So I just want to conclude by thanking my team, Jeff Appelhans, Gina Sarita, Nal Pungello, Chris Roy, Vince Femia, Michelle, Patrick, Brenna, and everyone else who's been involved with the project. So thank you again so much, and really looking forward to the discussion. And I'll turn it over to our friend online who's going to talk about another 2026 initiative.
Am I up? Okay, I'm having a little trouble hearing people when they're away from the mic, but I'm going to share my screen and get started. Can folks see this? Yes. Okay, great. Well, thank you, and apologies that I'm not able to make it to the conference. I'm actually at a fireworks conference out in California, working on this exhibition that you see before you, Flash Bang Boom, A History of Fireworks. And this is the Science History Institute's contribution to the 250th. What you're looking at here is what's called a display firework. This is the inside of a firework that you would see at a big show in Philadelphia, New York. It's not the kind of firework the kind of consumer firework that you or I could buy. And I share this because I think it's a very evocative object in its own right. But it's also really rich for me as a museum object, because the kind of spare appearance of this, right? There's just a couple of materials, there's just a couple of colors. Stands in stark contrast to all of the histories that are embedded in this object. And
hey, Jesse,
in doing the research for this exhibition.
Sorry, Jesse. I think, can you get into presenter mode? We're seeing your just like kind of slideshow layout, so we haven't switched the slide.
Oh, okay.
So we're okay. That's the right one, but we just want to make sure we're getting the right visual. Hold on 1 second. Are you in presentation mode?
Is that slideshow?
Yeah, go up to slideshow. Up top.
Okay. Sorry.
Oh wait, hold on. He's got someone out in the. Change the share on Zoom to what? Share the full screen of that slide. Down in the bottom of Zoom, we have a very helpful, yeah, the green share button of Zoom. Zoom, 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 down, down, down. Down at the bottom, the green share button, yeah. And then hit that little caret. Little share, no, back to share. Or you can just scroll, whatever. Yeah, so we're on the object. Just make sure to kind of scroll down. Yeah, we're perfect. All right, thank you, Jesse.
I'm really sorry. I'm not able to see folks, and I don't know if you're speaking to me or someone in the room.
No, I'm speaking to you. So yeah, just make sure to like kind of click down the objects. Yeah. I'll be back. But yeah, keep going.
Okay, in this mode? Okay. Okay, apologies. Let me move through really quickly to share some of the objects that are in this exhibition. And just to say that in doing this research, a lot of really canonical questions and concerns in the history of science have emerged, things that are going to be very familiar to this group, that are going to be less familiar and hopefully surprising to folks outside of our discipline. So we're drawing from our rare book collection, both here at SHI, but also from peer institutions. What you're looking at here is an image from an early 1600s manual for recreational fireworks. This is one of the earliest distinctions between pyrotechnics for militaristic purposes and those used exclusively for church ceremonies, court ceremonies, and things like that. This is an 1811 handbook written in France by the member of an Italian fireworks family, introducing a lot of the elements of fireworks that we're familiar with today, things like color, different kinds of effects, French images of fireworks, the kinds of things we don't see today, but that were quite new at the time. This is a small manual that we believe was a one-off with instructions for how to make different kinds of effects, both the chemical composition of fireworks, but also the different armatures that could be made to create different kinds of effects. This is another book from the early 1800s, which offers instructions on fireworks, but also other kinds of effects using new technologies of air and water. So really interesting in thinking about how different kinds of technologies are grouped or separated over time. We're looking at other kinds of pyrotechnical experiences as well, too. These are programs from early 20th century performances called pyrotheatrics, which were large reconstructions of historical events, including actors, along with pyrotechnics. And one of our goals is really to hopefully surprise visitors by showing them, again, the kinds of fireworks that have existed across history that are not what we encounter today. We're also working on some possible programming to bring some of these kinds of effects to the public next summer as part of Philadelphia's broader celebrations. What's been really interesting about this project is that the history of fireworks, at least in the United States in the 19th and 20th century, is not at all very well represented in museums, archives, and libraries. So we've been going out to the industry. That's one of the reasons that I'm here in California today, to try to find objects, archival materials, photographs that are sitting in attics, in basements. There are still several multi-generational fireworks families. Much of the American fireworks industry, the knowledge of fireworks came with Italian immigrants at the turn of the 20th century, and several of those families are still in this business today. They no longer manufacture. 99% of fireworks are manufactured in China today, but they are still in what's called the display business of putting on performances. So we've been going out and trying to gather those kinds of assets to show these early forms of manufacturing, different kinds of displays, different kinds of artwork. These are what are called set displays. So armatures that would have been on the ground. This was a phenomenon that really died out in the 50s and 60s as the skill was lost, but also as folks were desiring larger and larger fireworks show that required more aerial shots. Examples of fireworks that have been used in political campaigns. This was an aerial effect from the Nixon Lodge campaign of 1960. Fireworks of LBJ's profile from the '68 DNC convention in Atlantic City. We're also really trying to tease out all the different elements of putting on a fireworks show. And one of the organizing concepts we have for this is not to proceed chronologically, but to proceed according to the different elements of a fireworks show: making, designing, selling. This is from one of those families, a briefcase that was used several years ago, or several decades ago, with order forms, contracts, and things like that. So one of the things we also try to do in our exhibitions is kind of make interesting pairings. So there's something fun and exciting about fireworks, but then you also have something more seemingly mundane, like a briefcase. And I'm really seduced by those kinds of pairings and presenting those to visitors. I don't think people necessarily walk into an exhibition on the history of fireworks and expect to see paperwork and a briefcase. So just to say, these are some of the, again, the key history of science questions that we feel like we're able to bring out in this exhibition. There's a lot of category work happening both across history, but even today. I've been to many of these meetings, and I hear these terms, amateur, hobbyist, professional, licensed, trained, being thrown around. One of the industry is very concerned with safety and with dangerous or too powerful fireworks getting into consumer hands, and they're actually trying to refine what counts as a professional for the purposes of gaining access to different categories of fireworks. Likewise, categories of art, science, and technology are really blurry here, and also the way we classify fireworks according to DOT hazard codes for transportation. There's also a lot of really interesting ways in which federal oversight over fireworks maps onto very distinct agencies: DOT, Consumer Product Safety, ATF, FAA, and so on. Again, familiar to us, interesting questions about how safety and risk are determined. I can go into, people in this room have already heard me talk about standards around fuse time. We probably don't have the time for that now. But then also really interesting things that we can do with periodizations, right? One of the interesting things to me about this concept of organizing according to the different elements of a fireworks show is that we're not proceeding chronologically, but actually within each of those categories, we can offer different periodizations, so starting at different times in order to help offer visitors a different kind of museum experience that they might not encounter when they're encountering a chronological display. To the point of this roundtable, we're also thinking very deliberately about our location. There's a lot of benefits to all of us in Philadelphia by what we anticipate to be heightened visitation in 2025, or I'm sorry, 2026, not only because of the milestone, but also World Cup games. But really want to think about, okay, well, how are visitors encountering this particular content when they're also seeing these other historical sites, right? Really trying to situate ourselves in their shows, not only in terms of where they are in Philadelphia, but also what does it mean to encounter this content in a museum that this is our permanent exhibition that really explores the history of chemistry and chemical engineering. So try to be as thoughtful as possible as we can about how we're situating the visitor in our content. And one of the ways in which I've been thinking about this work more broadly, public history of science, is trying to be really deliberate about thinking about the relationships between the content we have, largely our collections, but also the things that we borrow or the things that we bring in through text or image or other media. Also, what is the concept? And I think so often in public history, there's not a differentiation between content and concept. And I think those dual registers is really important for making impactful public history, but then also being really aware of the medium or the platform or the space, right? And not just thinking of a podcast or a gallery as a bucket to be filled, but thinking about what are the affordances, what are the challenges of that particular medium or platform for realizing the content and concept that we're developing, and thinking about how the three of those together really lead to what the possible intervention can be. Again, I see the history of fireworks as a way of bringing folks into the way historians of science thinking about this as an orientation, right? And thinking about this as an orienting experience. But I'm really open to conversations about whether this milestone, this year, this particular climate necessitates other kinds of interventions. So I will leave it there, and apologies for the technical difficulties.
Thank you so much, Jesse. Yeah, we were able to see everything, so thanks for bearing with us. And yeah, last but not least, we've got Aaron McCleary, and then we're going to keep it to just kind of one quick panel question and one audience question. So start thinking of your very good audience question now and how you are going to perform to earn that one coveted audience question spot.
Thank you. Is the mic appropriate for me? All right. So just quick note about my slides. I'm going to use a lot of images of historical documents. If there's something I want to draw your attention to, there's going to be a red arrow. I am not going to be reading these blocks of text, and neither should you. Okay. So the outbreak of unidentified deadly pneumonia in Philadelphia during the 1976 bicentennial celebrations generated feverish coverage in the media, a flurry of conspiracy theories, a frenzy of fast-paced epidemiological investigations happening at the local, state, and federal level, even congressional hearings. Deemed the epidemic of the century in 1976, this outbreak is now largely forgotten, even in Philadelphia. So when we at the Motor Museum, a museum of medical history, chose the 50th anniversary of this outbreak as our 2026 project, the question of why the outbreak was simultaneously so terrifying at the time and now so roundly forgotten was one that we wanted to explore. The outbreak is so historically inconsequential now that few people have even tried to answer this question of why it's been forgotten, gesturing vaguely at the overwhelming 1980s public health crisis of HIV/AIDS, or the more spectacular symptoms of other emerging infectious diseases like Ebola. So from that perspective, we always knew that the subtext of this exhibition is memory, as Legionnaires remains a killer today. It's the leading cause of freshwater disease outbreaks in the United States. People have been sickened and died from cases linked to cooling towers, shower heads, decorative fountains, cruise ships, windshield wiper fluid tanks, and organ transplantation. It's a disease of aging infrastructure and a disease of under-resourced infrastructure, such as nursing homes or prisons. Cases are both believed to be underdiagnosed and also on the rise. Cases rose nearly 900% between 2000 and 2018. And in July just of this year, those of you who are reading national media might have seen that 114 people in Harlem were sickened with Legionnaires, 90 hospitalized, and 7 died. So the mysterious and frightening 1976 outbreak is worth remembering, and Legionnaires is a disease that deserves our attention. But events of the past few weeks have prompted me to try to use the 1976 outbreak to think more deeply about the intersections of the history of science, here specifically the history of public health, memory, and deliberate forgetting. And my thoughts on this are evolving and not fully formed, so just be nice in that one question that one of you is going to get. So what happened in 1976? From July 21st to 24th, Pennsylvania members of the American Legion gathered in Philadelphia for their annual statewide convention held at the stately Bellevue Stratford Hotel on Broad Street. Within days of the close of the convention, 11 Legionnaires who had been in Philadelphia, ranging in age 39 to 82 and now scattered across the Commonwealth back in their hometowns, were dead. Within a week, 130 convention attendees were hospitalized and 25 were dead. By November of 1976, the Bellevue Stratford, its sales plummeting, was forced to close. That same month, Congress convened hearings to grill the physicians, epidemiologists, and other officials desperately working to try to solve this mystery, which would not be solved until the following late December of that year. The outbreak deeply startled physicians and public health officials who believed in the post-war era of vaccines and antibiotics that the biggest public health threats that the nation faced were vaccine-preventable and imminently treatable. And the sudden appearance of a deadly respiratory virus in Philadelphia rattled those confident and optimistic assumptions. So the backdrop of the Legionnaires' Convention was the 1976 year-long bicentennial celebration. As the nation's birthplace, Philadelphia was expected to be the epicenter of these national celebrations. Philly Mayor Frank Rizzo, a law and order Democrat who once called Nixon the greatest president of all time, was expecting ample federal support for Philly's celebration. And planners in Philly were anticipating a World's Fair-like exposition, multiple new structures, multiple new museums being built, and millions of visitors to Philadelphia. But by early August, the eyes of the nation were on Philly, not because of the bicentennial, but because of the unexplained deaths of the Legionnaires. And the bicentennial had already been proving to be kind of a bust, failing to attract both the federal dollars and the flood of visitors Rizzo and other planners had projected. As national coverage of the disease outbreak continued, several governors recommended that their citizens avoid travel to Philadelphia altogether. But bicentennial disappointments might also be attributed to Rizzo himself. Rizzo had repeatedly raised the specter of nameless, faceless leftist radicals who he claimed were plotting to descend in the thousands upon Philadelphia and disrupt the celebrations. He personally wrote President Ford requesting that 15,000 troops be deployed to Philadelphia to combat this enemy from within. And in the interest of time, I'm skipping my next paragraph, which is all about how Rizzo was an asshole, so we're just gonna stipulate that. We can get into details if you want. Rizzo's plan for the bicentennial also touched upon the practice of history itself. The city had endorsed 2 new museums to open in 1976, one focused on African American history, and one focused on the history of the Mummers, a group seen in 1976 as an exuberant continuation of 19th century white ethnic parade culture, later seen as a problematic celebration of blackface and minstrelsy, it's a hard word for me to say, and in more recent years, a tradition that flirts with blackface every now and then, but is actively working to be open and inclusive to more Philadelphians. And for those of you unfamiliar with the visual culture of the Mummers, you see here former Philadelphia Eagle Jason Kelsey wearing his Mummers costume during the Eagles' 2018 Super Bowl victory parade.
Go Birds.
Thank you. But when the federal funds that Rizzo was expecting did not fully materialize, Rizzo had moved in 1974 to completely slash plans for the city's African American History Museum to instead concentrate resources on the White Museum, the Mummers Museum, to shore up his white ethnic voting base. The Philadelphia Tribune, Philadelphia's black newspaper, caught wind, and a pressure campaign eventually forced Rizzo to change course. The museum eventually opened, but months after the Mummers Museum, and in a dreary location off the beaten path. And as the late summer of 1976 dragged into fall, the disinformation began. Russian propaganda agencies seized on the outbreak to push out English language articles and broadcasts linking Legionnaire's disease to deadly experiments allegedly being conducted by the CIA on unwitting American citizens. They might have been onto something. Prominent physicians challenged the very reality of the outbreak, including in the pages of the National Enquirer, which in the 1970s boosted a weekly circulation over 5 million readers. As one physician, a virologist at the FDA, charged in 1977, the CDC allowed a climate of fear to build to magnify their own importance. There was nothing to the outbreak. Both physicians quoted in that widely circulated article had long and public histories of anti-vaccination activism. And 50 years later, here we are again, with the history of a terrifying disease outbreak being deliberately and rapidly rewritten, with science being contested, with Black and inclusive history threatened with erasure in the name of national celebration, with a leader threatening to send troops into city streets to fight an imaginary foe. So we had initially planned to tell the story of the 1976 outbreak as an epidemiological mystery that baffled physicians and public health officials, an opportunity to use a fast-paced thriller to teach some basic scientific and public health concepts. But does pulling the lens out a little bit to focus on the context of the 1976 outbreak offer us opportunities to think more deeply about the intersections of contested science, contested histories, and contested ideas of American identity and the moments, these anniversaries of our nation's founding documents, that are supposedly meant to celebrate our union. And I want to end with a thought on place and pageantry. I've mentioned Philadelphia's Broad Street several times. Broad Street is Philadelphia's street of pageantry and spectacle. Broad Street is where the Mummers' annual New Year's parade is held. Broad Street is where the 2018 and 2025 Eagles Super Bowl victory parades were held. Frank Rizzo's monumental statue was just off Broad Street until it was removed by the city in the night of June 3rd during the city's 2020 uprisings. And if you've ever seen a news clip of a Philadelphia sports fan climbing a greased light pole after a sports victory, you've seen Broad Street. But Broad Street was also the site of the 1918 War Bonds Parade that fueled the fire of the influenza epidemic that killed over 12,000 Philadelphians in 2 months. And before Legionnaire's disease became codified as Legionnaire's disease, it was known as Broad Street pneumonia. So when we think critically about the commemoration of our national anniversaries, maybe another thing the 1976 outbreak can do is remind us that here in Philadelphia, we keep reaffirming concepts of community, belonging, and Americanness in the shadow of the statue of colonizer William Penn perched atop City Hall. And we keep forgetting how the very ways in which Broad Street draws us together has also historically made us vulnerable to a virus, to a bacillus, and sometimes to blackface. This is my extremely petty coda for like 6 of you in this audience.
Thank you to our panelists. And I know that we're running late on time and you guys have been here for a long day. So rather than asking the panelists a question myself, I'd rather just kind of give you guys the chance to, respond. So, again, kind of knowing that we're short on time, resist your urges, and find them later for a deeper dive. But who wants to, start us off with a question? Let's go. Oh, you got someone. Great. Okay.
Short questions, short answers. No question to the entire panel. Thank you.
I'll just throw this out there as a short question just to, think about. And Judy had phrased this question in the first panel of, how do we teach people about the history of science? And I think this is sort of the question, right? Because a lot of us like to complicate science and talk about how it's constructed and all of this. But we also like to say science is real and, don't throw it out the window. So how do we merge these messages and get at the messiness, get at the complexity in a landscape where we're really trying to also convince people of a kind of, the basic validity of science as a pursuit? And in a sort of public-facing museum context. So more just throwing that out as sort of a question for all of us to ponder, but move it on so other people get a chance.
Human stories.
That was the model right there. That was the model right there for the next 2 questions. Okay.
Philadelphia also had a major epidemic in 1793. And I have heard a rumor that that epidemic resulted in the final decision for the national capital to be moved down to the Potomac between 2 slave states instead of being an expansion of what it had been here. Is that a good theory or is that an exaggeration?
There's a great historian sitting right in front of you who actually could answer that question supremely well, but you should talk to him later.
It's an exaggeration. The answer was mentioned tonight. Somebody mentioned the show Hamilton. There's a song in Hamilton called The Room Where It Happened, and that explains why the capital moved down to D.C. It was political horse trading. It was not to do with the epidemic.
One last question. Anyone? Oop. Jeff is in the back. Show us how it's done, Jeff.
2 or 3 digit answer. This is for the whole panel. In early America, in the sort of period that we're talking about in the Revolution, science was seen as progress, as national. There was a patriotism to it. What is the approach that public institutions should take scale of 1 to 100, I guess, in terms of promoting patriotism and nationalism during the 250th?
Who wants to take that one first? Set the stand. I mean, yeah, just a scale, no explanation. Just
1 to 10. 1 to 10.
all right. I'll pick that. You know, so I think that I'm just gonna give an answer and then justify it. I mean, I think my answer would be like a hot 8.5, and I think that it's our job as historians to really make an aggressive push for what it means to take ownership of this country. And if we want a different answer, then maybe I think that it's significant that all of us sort of had this, oh my God, reflex to that. And I think it's our call to take that seriously, a call to action to change what that might mean, and to make this a nation that we don't have that reflexive response to. So I think that that's not something that we can wait to happen. I think that we've seen that the government is not going to do that for us, but we are fortunate as leaders in nonprofit cultural institutions to have a position of power to connect with people in a way that I think is more important now than ever. So I say an 8.5, not from necessarily a place of pride, but from a place of obligation and ownership.
Sarah, can I jump in on the first question?
Oh, Jesse.
Oh, Jesse.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if folks can see me, but it sounds like you can hear me. I think that is the question for the public history of science today, and probably for as long as any of us are working in this field, and for a couple of reasons. One, I think that the public is not really familiar with the history of science. We were fortunate to recently have our school lunch exhibit covered by the New York Times, which is great coverage for us, right? High visibility, and they described us as a science museum. So I think we have to be really careful and thoughtful about meeting audiences where they are, and that's a bit what is behind that kind of formulation that I shared. And just as an example, I was recently in conversations, and I think some folks in this room were as well, about an opportunity to think about embedding some historical content, some history of science content into utility bills. And I was thinking, okay, if folks aren't maybe in that space expecting the history of science, what can you bring them? And I was thinking, well, what if we were to ask about the kilowatt hour? Why are we measuring your electricity like that, right? And it could lead to some kind of almost factoidy kind of thing. Outside of that setting, would I watch a documentary about the kilowatt hour, or would I want to go to a museum exhibition about that? Maybe not, but that content seems to me useful in that particular setting and making a kind of intervention that maybe helps people start to think, oh, wait, I take these categories for granted, or why do we measure the world in this kind of way? So I think that our interventions need to be highly bespoke, perhaps more so than ever, given the relationship that the public has with science at this moment. I mean, and to the point about the science is real. I live in a neighborhood with Aaron and Judy where those signs are very prolific, and I get what is behind them. I mean, I would love to get to a place where that phrase actually raises more questions.
All right, final comments from the panel?
I just wanted to say one last thing to Jeff's question, and I think what working on America's Scientific Revolutionaries has taught me is that embracing science actually is patriotic. I mean, I think that point has come up time and time again in the panels that we heard today, that these things are not separated, and I think that all of us have exemplified that in different ways in our conversations today. The layers and complexities of that, I think vary over time, but I think that there is something inherently patriotic about being able to tell genuine histories of science.
And I think we will end it there for today.
Thank you.
Just as a reminder for those of you who are in person or online, tomorrow we have breakfast from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Those of you who are online, you don't get that, so eat yourself. Those of you who are here, join us for breakfast. At 9 o'clock, we will kick off the first session here. We have 2 sessions, and then we move to the Science History Institute for the balance of tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we look forward to seeing you bright and early. Oh my God, I remember Science in American Life. I remember going and seeing, oh yes, I do. I haven't thought about that for ages. It was very good framing. Very, very good framing. All great presentations. Really, really